खोल नहीं सकता हूँ।
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Pankaj ji. How are you?
Yes, yes, sir. Dwivedi ji,
नमस्कार नमस्कार नमस्कार
नमस्कार. That's it.
You have got it. Greetings to all of you. A very good afternoon, and welcome to the third edition of India Financial Literacy Conclave. All of you who have joined today, my hearty welcome to all of you. हृदय से सभी को नमस्कार. और आज का इस कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ जो हमारी तीसरा संस्करण इंडिया वित्तीय साक्षरता संगोष्ठी का हो रहा है, उसमें मैं आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं. और इससे पहले कि हम आगे की रूपरेखा शुरू करें, मैं चाहूंगा कि हमारे आज के इस उद्घाटन सत्र के मुख्य जो अतिथि हैं उनके लिए उनको मैं आई वुड लाइक टू इंट्रोड्यूस देम. First and foremost, we are honored to have our chief guest today, Shri Dr. Anup Chand Pandey ji. We are indeed very honored that he has given us today time for, I think everybody knows Dr. Anup Chand Pandey, senior IAS of batch 1984, who retired as Chief Secretary of Uttar Pradesh. So the opportunity today is that he's here and we will be able to hear from him. He has been additional Chief Secretary Finance, and the most relevant topic today in terms of how all the segments of our society can be benefited by financial literacy and financial inclusion. So we would be hearing from him. Our guest of honor today is Shri Pankaj Kumar ji, National President for Indian Industries Association. He's an electrical engineer from MNRE Prayagraj, and after his initial stint as a lecturer in engineering college in Bhutan, he started his journey as an entrepreneur, and he established his company, which is into power transformers manufacturing in UP, which is called A Power Tech Electricals Private Limited. So he is currently national president for Indian Industries Association, and we are happy to have him today with us as our guest of honor. Also, I would like to welcome Professor Subhadra Chakrabarti, who is our advisory board chairman. He would be welcoming through a video note, which he will be doing that just now. And before we start today's session, we all would be doing a small launch of our Evoke India prayer, which is just being launched today on the third edition of India Financial Literacy Conclave. So I would request our IT team to just play the. Our group has our entire team in Lucknow has actually done this. So here is the prayer for all of you.
बंद कर.
Thank you. Thank you very much for patiently hearing this. I hope you all have liked the prayer which we are doing, and it evokes our spirit of Evoke India Foundation, which has its motto inscribed on its logo called उत्तिष्ठ जागृत प्राप्यवरा निबोधत. तो जैसा कि हम लोग प्रयासरत रहते हैं कि कैसे हम फाइनेंस और वित्त के विषय में सभी वर्ग के लोगों को how we can take them to the experienced people and people who have the wealth of wisdom, how we can take them to that those people, and how people can learn finance and make it as their core of activities, how management of finance, how management of money can happen simpler. So that is the objective, and that is the spirit for all the communities, which is reflected in our prayer also. So now I would be requesting our Professor Subhadra Chakrabarti's welcome address to all of you.
I extend to you a most warm and hearty welcome to this third India Financial Literacy Conclave. We started this series in 2018 when the theme was From Financial Literacy to Financial Inclusion. In 2019, our conclave's theme was From Financial Inclusion to Inclusive Prosperity. These two previous years, we have understood the conceptual issues that govern both financial inclusion and inclusive prosperity. This year, we have chosen the theme Making Inclusive Prosperity Happen. Our commitment is to make a difference on ground, and therefore the chosen theme for this third India Financial Literacy Conclave. We expect that during this year, we shall be able to get useful tips to put things into practice on ground so that together we can make a difference. This year, we are expecting very useful discussions because our speakers are so chosen that they have their hands on ground and they understand the ground realities. Therefore, I would expect that you will have interesting time for these 2 days, 6th and 7th of November. Just to mention that we hold these conclaves every year in the month of November. This year, despite all odds, we have been able to still make it in November, though on a virtual mode rather than on a physical mode. It would have been a pleasure to meet all of you on a physical mode, but given the situation, this is the best that we could do, and I am sure you will all understand. With these words, I welcome you once again and hope you will have fruitful time during these 2 days. Thank you and welcome again.
Thank you very much, sir, for your words of guidance and encouragement to us. Evoke India Foundation has been, all our activities have been monitored by a board of advisory board, which has been meeting every quarter to guide us and steer us on the right path. So now I would request our guest of honor, Shri Pankaj Kumarji, who has kindly consented to be part of this conclave, and Indian Industries Association has been closely working with Evoke India Foundation. So I would request Shri Pankaj Kumarji to please deliver his address. Thank you, sir. So you are on mute, I think. You are mute, on mute. Just unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. आप सभी का बहुत बहुत अभिवादन, और मुझे आज बहुत हर्ष हो रहा है कि अवोक इंडिया फाउंडेशन ने मुझे आज मौका दिया है इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर आने का और अपने विचार रखने का. सो थैंक यू वेरी मच प्रवीण जी, और जितने भी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी के सदस्य हैं मैं उनका भी बहुत बहुत अभिवादन करता हूं. हमारे बीच हमारे बहुत ही डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट, चीफ गेस्ट के रूप में आज डॉक्टर अनूप पांडे जी बैठे हुए हैं. मैं उनको भी अभिवादन करता हूं क्योंकि आपके साथ आईए ने मिलकर बहुत काम किए हैं, और क्योंकि आप विभिन्न पदों पर रहे और इंडियन इंडस्ट्रीज एसोसिएशन के साथ जहां जहां हमें आपकी आवश्यकता पड़ी, आपने हमेशा हमें प्रोत्साहित किया है, मार्गदर्शन दिया है. मैं बहुत बहुत उनका अभिवादन करता हूं. उसके साथ साथ इस कॉन्क्लेव में बहुत से डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट जुड़े हुए हैं, एमिनेंट स्पीकर्स हैं जिनको हमें सुनने का मौका मिलेगा. मैं उन सभी का अभिवादन करता हूं, और साथ साथ जितने भी हमारे यहाँ पैनलिस्ट हैं, एमिनेंट पैनलिस्ट जो हम लोगों का ज्ञानवर्धन करेंगे इस विषय पर, मैं उनको भी बहुत बहुत अभिवादन करता हूं. हमारे बीच बहुत सारे डिग्निटरीज बैठे हुए हैं, उद्योग से, डिफरेंट एरिया से। प्रवीण जी ने बहुत से लोगों को आमंत्रित किया है आज के इस सत्र में। मैं उन सभी का अभिवादन करते हुए इंडियन इंडस्ट्रीज एसोसिएशन की तरफ से मैं अपने कुछ विचार रखना चाहूंगा आपके समक्ष। और आज के इस उद्घाटन सत्र में मैं कामना करूंगा कि इस कॉन्क्लेव को बहुत सफलता मिले। जैसा कि फाइनेंस से लेके अभी ये कॉन्क्लेव हम लोगों ने जो अटेंड कर रहे हैं उसमें हमें अपने विचार रखने का मौका मिल रहा है। तो मैं बताना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि मैं माइक्रो स्मॉल एंड मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेस की एक जो हमारी आईआईए संस्था है, हम उसकी एपेक्स बॉडी है एमएसएमई की। और 1985 में आईआईए का गठन हुआ था एमएसएमई को बढ़ावा देने के लिए। और लगभग आज की डेट में हम लोग लगातार 35 वर्ष में इसी सेगमेंट के लिए, इसी इंडस्ट्री के लिए लगातार प्रयासरत रहे हैं। सरकार के साथ लगातार हमने संपर्क किया है। यूपी गवर्नमेंट और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के विभिन्न विभागों में और विभिन्न जो हाई पावर कमेटीज हैं उनमें हमारा पार्टिसिपेशन है। So we always try to do something for small scale industries। और आज क्योंकि जो इस समय वर्तमान का परिप्रेक्ष्य है, जबकि हिंदुस्तान के अंदर जो आज प्रेजेंट गवर्नमेंट है, हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैं, वो बहुत प्रोत्साहित कर रहे हैं एमएसएमई को। आत्मनिर्भर भारत मिशन उनका एक स्वप्न भी है और मेरे ख्याल हमारी आज की आवश्यकता भी है, उसको भी हम आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। आईआईए इसमें अपनी बहुत मुख्य भूमिका निभा रहा है। इसके परिप्रेक्ष्य में मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, हमारे देश के अंदर लगभग 6.34 करोड़ एमएसएमई कार्यरत हैं। और उस एमएसएमई के अंदर लगभग 18 करोड़ लोग जो हैं वो उससे जुड़े हुए हैं, या तो एम्प्लॉय के रूप में है या एम्प्लॉयर के रूप में है। और ये देखिए, इतनी परिवार यदि हमारे 6.34 करोड़ एमएसएमई के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, तो निश्चित रूप से ये जो सेक्टर है एमएसएमई सेक्टर, दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर आर्थिक व्यवस्था को मजबूत करने के लिए, या अपने देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को अधिक आगे बढ़ाने के लिए इस सेक्टर का बहुत एक बड़ा रोल माना जाता है। और इतना भी मैं बताना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि 29% के करीब जीडीपी में हमारा कंट्रीब्यूशन रहा है, ऑफ कोर्स बिफोर कोविड। अब हो सकता है आने वाले समय में इसका जो आंकड़ा है वो बदल जाए। और एक्सपोर्ट के मामले में भी लगभग हमने 45% एक्सपोर्ट में हमारा कंट्रीब्यूशन है एमएसएमई सेक्टर का। एंड कृषि के बाद एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर, जो कि हिंदुस्तान का सबसे बड़ा सेक्टर है, उसके बाद अगर जो नेक्स्ट रोजगार देने वाला जो सेक्टर है वो दैट इज एमएसएमई। तो दिस इज सच एन इम्पॉर्टेंट सेक्टर। तो इसलिए मैंने ये चीज बताई क्योंकि आई बिलोंग टू दिस सेक्टर एंड आई एम प्राउड ऑफ इट दैट वी आर कंट्रीब्यूटिंग अ लॉट इन इंडियन इकोनॉमी। इसके साथ साथ मैं एक चीज और जरा आपके संज्ञान में लाना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि एमएसएमई की अब परिभाषा थोड़ी बदल गई है हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, हमारे देश में। क्योंकि माइक्रो, स्मॉल एंड मीडियम 3 अलग सेक्टर है एमएसएमई के। माइक्रो इज फ्रॉम 5 करोड़, अब जिसका टर्नओवर है वो वहां तक का तो माइक्रो इंडस्ट्री का है, एंड स्मॉल का 50 करोड़ तक का है, एंड मीडियम का 250 करोड़ तक का है। ऑल्सो विद दिस जो हमने इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हैं इसके अंदर, दैट इज ऑल्सो डिफाइंड कि 1 करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट यदि हमारा है तो माइक्रो लेवल की इंडस्ट्री में उसका होना जो आवश्यक है। स्मॉल को 10 करोड़ और 50 करोड़ हमारी मीडियम इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए इन्वेस्टमेंट की आवश्यकता होती है, कि इतने तक, दैट इज द क्राइटेरिया गवर्नमेंट ने जो बनाया है। तो और ये एक चीज और बताना यहाँ आवश्यक है, बिकॉज 99.5% माइक्रो एंड स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज हमारी एमएसएमई की जो है वो माइक्रो एंड स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज हैं। सो दिस इज सच ए ह्यूज, इतनी नंबर्स ऑफ इंडस्ट्रीज है माइक्रो एंड स्मॉल, एंड ऑफ कोर्स मीडियम इज आल्सो देयर। तो हम लोगों को इसको बढ़ावा देने के लिए जो जो काम हम लोगों को करना चाहिए, हमें करना चाहिए। और इसके लिए हम प्रयासरत हैं एज इंडियन इंडस्ट्रीज एसोसिएशन, एज एनजीओ, MSME is doing a lot for this sector. So we are also, trying to do गवर्नमेंट के साथ मिलके बहुत सारी योजनाओं में और बहुत सारे पॉलिसी मेकिंग में हमारा अपना एक वो रहता है कंट्रीब्यूशन। अब इवोक इंडिया ने जो काम किया है, मैं इसलिए इसको बताना चाहता हूँ, इन सबको करने के लिए हमें फाइनेंसिस की आवश्यकता होती है। एंड फ्रॉम वेरी स्मॉल पर्सन जो बहुत कम पैसे और पूंजी लगा के काम करता है, उसके लिए भी फाइनेंस की आवश्यकता तो होती ही है। जैसा कि आपने बताया, फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी कॉन्क्लेव में यदि हम फाइनेंस के बारे में अगर जागरूक करते हैं अपने उद्यमियों को, अपने साथियों को, तो निश्चित रूप से इस क्षेत्र को एक अलग तरह का एक एनकरेजमेंट मिलता है। और ये बहुत आवश्यक भी है, चाहे वो इंडस्ट्री हो, चाहे समाज का कोई भी अंग हो, वहां पर फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी इज रिक्वायर्ड। और फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी के साथ साथ हम अगर जो वहां तक उन लोगों तक उसके बारे में तरीके बताएं उनको, किस तरीके से हम अपने इंडस्ट्री को आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं, किस तरह से हम छोटी पूंजी से ज्यादा काम कर सकते हैं। क्वालिटी इज वन ऑफ द वेरी वेरी बिग सेगमेंट फॉर दिस। क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट अगर जो हम लगाएंगे, साथ में रखेंगे, तो हमारी जो फाइनेंसिस जितने हम लगा रहे हैं उसका पूरा सदुपयोग होगा। साथ साथ किस तरह से हम अपना इंडस्ट्री का संचालन करते हैं, ये भी बहुत बड़ा एक फैक्टर है हम लोगों के सामने। तो जैसा कि फाइनेंसिस इज वन ऑफ द वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट अंग है जो इसका हमारी इंडस्ट्री का या हमारे समाज को चलाने का, तो उसकी अवेयरनेस बहुत आवश्यक है। इवोक इंडिया ने इस चीज को इसकी पहल करी है 2 वर्ष पूर्व, और तीसरा ये मेरे ख्याल कॉन्क्लेव है, जैसा कि आपने अभी बताया। तो मैं आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि इस फाइनेंसिस के ऊपर ही हम लोग आधारित हैं। जब तक हमारे पास फाइनेंशियल नॉलेज नहीं होगी, अवेयरनेस नहीं होगी, किस तरह से हम अपने प्रोजेक्ट को तैयार करें, अपनी इंडस्ट्रीज को चलाएं कम पूंजी में, और कहां से इन फाइनेंसिस को अरेंज करें। तो दो गवर्नमेंट इज डूइंग अ लॉट टू एनकरेज स्मॉल सेक्टर, लेकिन उसको भी इस्तेमाल करने का एक तरीका, एक मैकेनिज्म होना चाहिए, जो आपके द्वारा समय समय पर सेमिनार्स के माध्यम से, अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम के माध्यम से यदि हम लोगों को मिलता रहेगा, तो निश्चित रूप से जितना धन हम उपयोग में लाना चाहेंगे, जिसको प्रॉपरली यूटिलाइज करेंगे, तो उससे जो हमारी इंडस्ट्री या हमारे जो भी बिजनेसेस हैं, उनका बढ़ावा मिलना निश्चित है। इवोक इंडिया के बारे में मैं इतना जरूर कहना चाहूंगा कि जो ये आप लोगों ने एक अभियान चलाया है, इस अभियान में उत्तर प्रदेश में आज के परिप्रेक्ष्य में बहुत आवश्यक है कि यहाँ पर इन्वेस्टमेंट अगर जो आ जाता है, लोगों को हम अट्रैक्ट कर सकते हैं, तो इस प्रदेश में बहुत पोटेंशियल है। उत्तर प्रदेश हमारा ऐसा प्रदेश है जहां अभी बहुत बहुत संभावनाएं हैं। सो मैं समझता हूं कि नॉट ओनली इन स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्रीज, लेकिन लार्ज स्केल इंडस्ट्रीज या बड़े इन्वेस्टर्स भी यहाँ पे आ सकते हैं। जैसा कि डिफेंस कॉरिडोर का आप लोगों को पता होगा कि डिफेंस कॉरिडोर यूपी में, हिंदुस्तान में 2 जगह है, एक तमिलनाडु में और दूसरा यूपी में। तो डिफेंस कॉरिडोर में बहुत बहुत संभावना है। तो मेरा आपसे अनुरोध रहेगा कि समय समय पर इन सभी एरियाज को अगर जो आप इसको एड्रेस करें और उन लोगों को आप हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश में लाने के लिए अट्रैक्ट करें, तो उत्तर प्रदेश का जो सिनेरियो है, उत्तर प्रदेश की जो एक परिदृश्य है, वो बदल सकता है। यहाँ पर इस समय गवर्नमेंट भी बहुत हमारे फेवर में है, इंडस्ट्री प्रो इंडस्ट्री उनकी पॉलिसीज है, और बहुत जल्दी पांडे साहब क्योंकि बैठे हुए हैं और आपके समय में हमने बहुत सारे सुझाव दिए थे जो धीरे धीरे पॉजिटिव साइड में अब परिवर्तित होते जा रहे हैं। मैं इसको इसलिए यहाँ पर कहना आवश्यक समझता हूँ कि आपकी वजह से ये चीजें सब आगे बढ़ी, और आगे बढ़ने के साथ साथ हम लोग पॉजिटिव साइड में ये परिवर्तित भी हुई। एमएसएमई बहुत लाभान्वित हुआ है। बहुत सी योजनाएं, बहुत सी नीतियां जो बहुत समय से लंबित थी, उनको परिवर्तित कर दिया है हमारे लिए। एमएसएमई एक्ट एक लागू हुआ, जिससे हम लोगों को बहुत बड़ा फायदा होने वाला है। दूसरा, फेलिसिटेशन काउंसिल, जिसके अंदर छोटे उद्यमियों का जो पैसा कहीं भी अटक जाता है तो उसको एक काउंसिल के माध्यम से दिलवाया जाता है। वो माइक्रो और स्मॉल यूनिट के लिए बहुत बड़ा एक टूल होता है। वो 18 कमिश्नरेट में पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर लागू कर दी गई है और बहुत जल्दी हमारे जो पैसे लंबित है लोगों के पास अटके हुए हैं, वो हमें मिलने की आशा होगी। तो इससे क्या होगा कि जो फाइनेंशियल क्राइसिस है आज, वो बहुत जल्दी दूर होगी। जैसा कि मैं बस अंत में ये कहना चाहूंगा, फाइनेंस जो किसी भी इंडस्ट्री का या किसी भी कार्य का बहुत प्रमुख अंग है, और बिना फाइनेंसिस के, बिना फाइनेंशियल नॉलेज के हम लोग आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते। तो ऐसे में मैं ये अपेक्षा करूंगा अपने पैनलिस्ट से और जो हमारे स्पीकर्स हैं, उन लोगों से ये अपेक्षा करूंगा कि इस चीजों को जरूर आप एड्रेस करिए कि किस तरह से माइक्रो और स्मॉल यूनिट्स को एनकरेज किया जा सकता है विद द हेल्प ऑफ फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस, और कौन कौन से इंस्टीट्यूशंस ऐसे हैं, किस तरह से उन लोगों को, इन लोगों से सहायता मिल सकती है। और इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं आप पुनः प्रवीण जी का बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करूंगा, और जितने भी हमारे एवोक इंडिया के पदाधिकारी हैं या इसके साथ जुड़े हुए लोग हैं, मैं उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। और सभी पैनलिस्ट का, सभी एमिनेंट स्पीकर्स का, और जितने भी डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट हैं, सभी को मैं पुनः बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद पंकज जी, आप जुड़े रहिए। और आपने जैसा कि कहा कि हम लोग अवश्य आज के इन 2 दिन के सत्रों में बहुत सारे हमारे पैनलिस्ट जो हैं बैंकिंग, एनबीएफसीज, स्टॉक मार्केट्स और रेगुलेटर से जुड़े हुए हैं, तो बहुत सारी ऐसी जानकारियां प्राप्त होंगी। सारे जितने लोग भी जुड़े हैं आज हमारे इस कार्यक्रम में, मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा डॉक्टर अनुचंद पांडे जी से, अपने आज के कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि, कि आज के विषय पर वो प्रकाश डालें और अपना व्याख्यान दें। श्री डॉक्टर अनुचंद पांडे जी, प्लीज।
Thank you, Praveen ji. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is a matter of great privilege for me to deliver this inaugural address in this 3rd Financial Literacy Conclave, in this webinar on making inclusive property happen. The topic today is all the more relevant because the world is getting divided in haves and have-nots, and the income distribution is getting more and more skewed. And Gini's coefficient, which is the index of inequality in India, is in the range of 0.4. That is a very, very big gap between the rich and the poor. 73% of the wealth generated in India goes to 1% richest people, whereas 67 million poorest Indians, they saw only 1% increase in their wealth last year. So this is the situation of inequality in India. In this webinar on making inclusive property happen, I think the organizers have very imaginatively put 4 panels, one on youth, one on farmers, 5 panels, one on youth, one on farmers, one on women, one on MSMEs, and one on financial sector, especially the BFSI, that is the banking, financial services, and insurance services. I am sure that this webinar will give us a very good perspective about the actionable agenda on the role of the regulators and financial institutions in bringing inclusive prosperity, especially in tier 2 and tier 3 towns and the rural areas, and focus on how they participate in a significant way in the financial markets, and how the youth, the women, the farmers, startups, MSMEs, and the BFSI sector will contribute in bridging the gap in the income equality. So growth, you see, is meaningful if it results in inclusive prosperity. However, growth for the sake of growth, I would give an analogy, is like the growth of the cancer cell, which keeps on growing very fast without the body getting healthy. And finally, it sucks life out of the body. So it is very essential that the growth has to be inclusive. Inclusive property, what does it mean? It means economic growth that creates employment opportunities and helps in reducing poverty. It means access to essential services in health and education by the poor. It means providing opportunity, equality of opportunity. It means empowering power through education, through skill development. The growth process should be environment friendly. It should aim at good governance, and it should create a gender sensitive society. So these are some of the parameters of an inclusive society. Inclusive society where you have a distribution of wealth fairly across the society, where the opportunities are equally accessed by all. Now, when we talk of India, so in India, you see, every year, the Indian working age population expands by around 14 million people. So we have to create 14 million jobs in the market. And second thing, the incidence of informal employment is very high in India. It is more than 80%. So many workers are left outside the reach of the social protection schemes that the formal sector offers and the labor market regulations. It represents a very, very important source of income inequality. As major contributors to the informal sector, women, young people, low skilled workers, they face the most dramatic challenges. Strengthening the social security coverage and job quality in the formal sector, it can act as a catalyst to spur formal labor market participation, and it will lead to a very inclusive society. The agricultural sector accounted for half of our employment. So a major challenge before the policymakers is to increase the productivity and income in this sector. Productivity per worker is almost 4 times higher in services sector than in agriculture and 2 times higher in the manufacturing sector. Agricultural wages have not only been persistently lower than the non-agriculture wages, but the rate of increase also has lagged behind. Decreased farm size due to land fragmentation hinders efficiency and leads to very low incomes. So, and rural seasonal migrant workers, they face numerous disadvantages in their working conditions, such as absence of written contracts, legally enforceable agreements regarding wages and benefits. And that is why it prompts rural labor to move away from agriculture. So addressing the poor technical skills and education status of the rural workforce would help to facilitate this transition. I'm sure that in today and tomorrow, these sessions, which would be covering these various areas, they would focus on all these areas. Now, when we talk of skill development, inclusive prosperity would definitely encompass skill development. Harnessing the demographic dividend of our country will depend upon the employability of the working age population, about their health, their education, their vocational training, their skills. Now, Economic Survey 2017, it mentioned that 30% of our youth in India are NEET, N-E-E-T, NEET. NEET is not in education, not in employment, not in training. So where is this youth going? It is not in schools or colleges. It is not in employment. It is not undergoing training. So what is happening to this generation? Now, UNICEF 2019 report says that 47% of the Indian youth are not on track to have education and skills necessary for employment in 2030. We're talking of 2030 because then the skills would be much different with artificial intelligence, with robotics, with a lot of other new areas coming, emerging areas coming. We really need to focus on employment opportunities and need to train these people. Now, workers always say that there's a large number of unemployed workers. At the same time, industry says that there are a large number of unemployable workers. Now, the gap between the unemployed and the unemployable, it has to be filled by skill development. A very important element of inclusive prosperity is the financial inclusion. Now, financial inclusion is the process of ensuring access to financial services to this vulnerable group at a very affordable cost. Now, both these things, vulnerable groups, we mentioned these 4 or 5 segments, niches, and at affordable cost. Financial inclusion is necessary for inclusive growth as it leads to the culture of saving, which initiates a virtuous cycle of economic development. Now, after 2013-14, now this concept of direct benefit transfer has come in Government of India. So all these subsidies, scholarships, government grants, salaries, wages, payments, everything is linked with digital transactions. Now all these government grants, when they go, Government of India has come out with this PFMS system. So PFMS system monitors right from the top till the bottom. Then the Prime Minister came out with this Jan Dhan scheme for inclusion of everybody in the banking system. Then came the Digital India initiative. Now we're not talking of finance only, we're talking of fintech. So ultimately both finance and technology. So how you really, I would say, include people, because in days to come, there will be a big fintech divide. People who know it or people who do not know it. And people who do not know it, they would not be included, they would be left behind. So this seminar, this organization, this webinar, it has a very, very important role to play. How really we need to prepare our population, especially the vulnerable segments, for this fintech technology. As far as the technological advancement is concerned, now in agriculture, this modern technology is helping agro value chain by making farmers farmers to consumer chain is to become more and more efficient and competitive. In manufacturing, now technology can resolve a lot of problems, whether it's in finance or procurement or raw materials, land, linkages with user markets. GST has come out with GSTN. Now GSTN is the base for this delivering the GST. Education, you have a lot of innovative digital technologies. Now we're talking about remote education. We're talking about access to trainers and mentors sitting at home. Now health, again, the delivery of public health services. So through remote health services. So this is whether it is telemedicine or whether various kind of access to technology. In governance, again, now technology can cut down delay, can cut down corruption and inefficiency. We came out last time when we had this Krishi, Rinmochan Yojana, in which it was totally the human interface there was no human interface. Entire technology was digital technology through which we could in UP come out with this Rinmochan Yojana. So it was a very successful experiment. So as far as India is concerned, you see, India is among the fastest growing economies in the world. Now, if we really need to achieve the target of 5 trillion economy, so you really need to have this inclusive prosperity for that. Now, one of the biggest challenges for this is poverty, unemployment. Now, especially this periodic labor force survey, they say the unemployment rate In urban workforce is 7.8%, whereas in rural areas it is 5.3%, and total is 6.1%. During COVID, this has already increased. Now, so because of all these reasons, you see, we need to develop financial literacy, we need to develop technology, we need to focus on these areas to empower these people. I would read, the time is less, I would focus on the OECD recommendations. OECD has come out with some good recommendations how really to achieve inclusive prosperity. They say that we should encourage job creation, especially in the formal sector, by reducing the administrative burden for dismissal faced by the large firms. And we should have a more productive agriculture sector, which we could do it through technology transfer. In education sector, we need to strengthen the accountability, because right now there's no accountability of the teacher. And we should raise the quality of teaching, and so that now what is happening is education for the rich and education for the poor. Now we really need to increase the standard of education in the government schools. Skills have to be benchmarked against international standards, because in the emerging technologies, in the days to come, the technologies will change and the existing technology may not be very relevant. We need to have a universal health insurance scheme. So, and the word is now talking about basically universal social protection floor. So we need to ensure that for an inclusive society, we should develop a universal social protection floor. Our Ayushman Bharat scheme is and Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan, they are schemes in the right direction. And I would say that ultimately the government, along with the state governments and local governments, should continue to focus on eradicating poverty and to achieve sustainable development through innovative partnerships with international organizations, with private companies, with civil societies, and we should encourage fora like this forum for generating awareness about financial literacy, about inclusion, about inclusive society, so that we can empower our vulnerable and marginalized population, improve the livelihoods, and augment skill building in the vulnerable segments. I thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I think it's been a wonderful insights. The plethora of knowledge and wisdom, sir, which you have, I think this time is certainly very, very less, but what you said is right, that growth has to be inclusive, and you continue to be our source of inspiration for future guidance, and we will certainly be working towards the direction. It has really been wonderful session, and I really thank all the our panelists, our chief guest and guest of honor, and all the participants who have been listening to these words of wisdom from Shri Pankaj ji and Dr. Vincent Pandey ji. We would be immediately after this starting our next panel, which the panelists are already about to enter the screen, the virtual platform. We would on this note, I would once again thank both the guest of honor and chief guest. And thank you very much, sir. We end the inaugural session here. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. So now I may request our next session chair, Mr. Kunal Dudeja. Kunal is a co-founder and chief executive officer for Virohan Private Limited, an organization which is actually re-engineering vocational training using technology. He's an SRCC Delhi graduate and a master's from Institute of Design. If Mr. Kunal Dudeja has joined, I would request him to be on the screen. Besides that, I would also welcome Mr. Kalyan T. Chakravarti, who's here on the screen. You all can. He's actually executive director for Penn IIT Alumni Reach for India Foundation. He calls himself founding Sevak, and the amount of work which he has completed his BTech from IIT Madras and his masters from ISB Hyderabad. So welcome to Mr. Kalyan T. Chakravarti. Also, we are waiting for, because we had post this session, there was a 5-minute break, but so we will have to wait for a couple of minutes before our other two speakers, Mr. Kunal and Mr. L. Venkateshwar Lu, sir, who's the IAS officer of 91 batch and currently Director General for Deen Dayal Upadhyay State Institute of Rural Development, and also Director, UP Academy of Administration and Management, who has been instrumental in shaping the young minds through his skill and strategies for New World Order. So I would also be waiting for him. Ms. Vandana Bhatnagar would be joining anytime. She is the Chief Program Officer at National Skill Development Corporation, an alumnus of IIM Calcutta. Her expertise lies in strategic leadership, developing programs and projects at NSDC. So now over to Mr. Kunal Rudeja, who's here, who is the session chair for this and moderator for this panel. Welcome to you, Kunal, and over to you. Thank you very much all for joining. Thank you.
Thank you, Praveen. It's a pleasure to be a part of such a conference, and I would like to welcome the esteemed, panel. Each of them come with a lot of experience and have done a lot of good work in promoting the sector. So before we, get into the session, and thank you for the introduction that you've given, Praveen, I would just like the audience to be comfortable and get to know each of the people. So if maybe, starting with Vandana. Vandana, if you can take 5 minutes quickly to just introduce yourself and just introduce what NSTC as an organization does, followed by, Pankaj. I think he's already introduced himself already, and then Kalyan. Maybe if you could just quickly introduce what your organization does in 2 minutes each, maybe.
Sure, Kunal, and it's a privilege to be part of this conclave. So the National Skill Development Corporation is an organization that was created about 10 years back, and it's a public-private partnership. It was basically created with the objective of facilitating short-term skill development. So we have an ecosystem of training partners, and we work in close coordination with the private sector as well as with the Government of India under the Ministry of Skill Development. So we have an ecosystem of training partners, close to 700 training partners who are delivering various kinds of short-term training programs in covering all sectors as well as segments, ranging from very, very basic skill programs addressing people who might be class 5 pass or even illiterate people, right up to people who are postgraduates in the data analytics, high medical related skilling proficiencies. So this is an ecosystem which is basically bringing the best of the private sector along with the regulatory and quality assurance that a government oversight provides. So just to provide a quick overview of what our institutional context is, you might be aware, most people would be aware with the formal education system where we have the school education overseen by the NCERT, and we have the higher education overseen by UGC, AICT, and various other technical bodies. The vocational education space is now being overseen by the NCVET, which is basically now a unified regulatory body for the entire technical vocational education space. So we are running programs, and our other part of the ecosystem are the sector skill councils. There are 37 sector skill councils who are formulating programs, identifying various kinds of job roles in various sectors, converting them into competencies, and those are then delivered in the form of various training programs. And these certifications that we provide are recognized under the NCVET formulation. And as we are moving towards the new education policy, which talks a lot about integration between formal and vocational education, there is a lot of discussion underway on integrating these two regulatory frameworks. So the certificates that we provide in our ecosystem are also going to be recognized in that framework in terms of equivalence. And many of our programs are embedded into school education as well as college programs. So that's broadly what NSDC is doing. And we have just an additional point in terms of the kinds of programs. We have market-based programs which are in terms of paid by students. There can be programs which are funded by corporates. And there is also the large national government program called Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, which is a completely free program where it's basically intended to make skilling accessible to all segments of society. As the previous speakers are pointing out, it's important to provide inclusion and this opportunity to all people. So that's the entire spectrum of what NSDC does. And we provide all kinds of support to our partners, whether it's financing, technical advisory support, and so on. So I'll end it there, and I'll be happy to go into further details as we go along.
Sure. Thank you so much for that, Vandana. That was hugely helpful for our audience who may not necessarily know a lot about NSDC. Over to you, Kalyan. If you can also, tell everyone who is in the, audience, what does PARFI do, and what is your role in PARFI as such?
So really thanks, Kunal, and it's wonderful to be in this August panel. Really accomplished, inspiring work all of you guys are doing, and special thanks to Evoke team for a wonderful platform. It's a very, very fascinating conclave. I know this is a season of e-conclaves, but I'm sure this is standing out. So what I'll do is that instead of talking, I will take exactly 2 minutes, 34 seconds, because I have a small video which will say exactly what we're doing. And I think that's about it from my side. So with your permission, I'll just go ahead and play the video right now. I hope everything is audible and visible. So just let me know if there's any issue. Is this okay?
Yeah.
Good? Yeah.
One of the biggest challenges India faces is in the area of providing equal opportunities to all sections of society. Skill development is one initiative which brings equal opportunities to all.
Pan IIT Alumni Reach for India Foundation, headquartered at IIT Bombay, partners with state governments through non-profit, joint venture enterprises to create an institutionalized skill development architecture exclusively for the underserved across all districts of the state. The first such special purpose vehicle or SPV was created with agencies of welfare of the government of Jharkhand. The Pan IIT model of skill development is predicated on assured placement, 100% skill loan financing, best-in-class training and residential infrastructure led by ex-army personnel. The foundation runs Gurukuls with 2 to 3 month training in construction, logistics, manufacturing and Kaushal colleges imparting 1 to 2 years of trade licenses vocational education in trades like nursing, catering exclusively for the underserved.
अच्छी ट्रेनिंग आपको मिल रही है। आप सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि आप देश के इस हुनरमंद काम को बढ़ाने वालों में सबसे अच्छी संस्थाएं हैं जो 3-4 उसमें से एक मैंने मैं अनुभव किया हूं। भारत सरकार का मंत्री बोल रहा है तो कहीं बहुत अच्छा काम यहाँ होता है।
कॉन्फिडेंस हमको गुरुकुल दिया है सर के स्टूडेंट जो निकल के गए हैं वो अच्छी नौकरी भी कर रहे हैं और गुरुकुल के स्टूडेंट्स विदेश तक गए हैं।
आज अगर गुरुकुल में अगर नहीं होता, ना ही मैं दुबई को देख पाता, ना ही मैं 35 से 40 हजार में कमाता।
ये नर्सिंग कौशल कॉलेज है और मेरी फैमिली कंडीशन उतना अच्छा नहीं है कि इसमें लोन प्रोसेस के द्वारा पढ़ाई कराई जाती है, जिसमें कि घर से पैसे नहीं लगते हैं। कॉलेज बहुत अच्छा है क्योंकि इसमें फैसिलिटी ज़्यादा है और यहाँ थ्योरी क्लास के साथ साथ प्रैक्टिस पर ज़्यादा ध्यान दिया जाता है कि इसमें हाई टेक्नोलॉजी के द्वारा पढ़ाया जाता है। जैसे कि सिमुलेटर है, यहाँ वार्ड बनाए गए जैसे प्रैक्टिस वार्ड है, ICU वार्ड है।
Yeah, so that's about it from my side. Kunal, I hope it was just a simple introduction. I hope that works. Yeah.
Kalyan, thank you so much. That was very helpful, and it was good to see the kind of work that Parfi is doing. Before we actually get into the session and before we start having a dialogue with each other, I actually wanted to take a minute and play a video about what actually is the problem that India as an economy or a country faces with the youth in terms of education, and what percentage of people actually go into formal education, and the kind of role that NSDC needs to play, or all of us as vocational training providers need to play to bridge the gap between, and I think, unemployment and the youth which is coming in for jobs. If I can just play for 2 minutes, it's just a 2-minute video. Just going to quickly play that video. I hope everyone had a chance to see the video, and it's, just to reiterate some of the metrics, only 70% of our population finishes school, and only 9% of the population actually goes into colleges. So 91% actually don't do anything and get directly into some sort of work. And therefore, vocational training, which NSTC, is the regulator for, plays a vital role in empowering youth to be able to do something about their career and their families. So I would like to start with some questions for Vandana, and maybe and that'll be a good starting point for all of us. Vandana, I think a lot of people in our audience would like to know, you know, what are the sectors in which opportunities are likely to emerge? You look after the NSDC and you look at the data pan India. So maybe it will be very good for our audience to know what are the sectors in which opportunities are likely to be emerged, and what kind of opportunities would these be? If you can elaborate a little on that, Vandana.
Sure. So Kunal, I think we are all acutely aware that we are in a very turbulent time. And what was the kind of reality we were living in 9 months back has been turned upside down. And even looking ahead, I think there are many, many people who are venturing, projections. But as we are finding, a lot of these projections often flounder. But based on what we are seeing in terms of, and just to highlight that recently, about 4 months back, we had launched a platform called a SEAM, which basically was intended to try and capture a real-time picture of where the demand was. And we did this in partnership with Better Place, which is an entity based out of Bangalore, and it also uses artificial intelligence and a lot of the latest algorithms. So they basically, have a platform which we have worked with and tried to take it to the next level. And based on that, within the last 3-4 months, about 5 lakh job opportunities have been actually made available to our, cohort of students. And we have uploaded about entire 1 crore profiles, which are more up to date into that database, so that matching could even take place. But looking at the kind of demand that has been aggregated onto that also and other sources of information, clearly sectors like healthcare and logistics, even segments of retail, telecom, they're all showing a fair amount of activity. And initially we thought sectors like automobile would flounder, but of late again, we are seeing there's a lot of activity developing there too. And looking into what kind of job roles, if we have a country which has got an extremely diverse profile of people. So it depends on which segment you're looking at. You can't thrust a job role of the wrong kind on a youth who's got aspirations at a higher level. But in say, for example, in the healthcare, if you look in absolute numbers, the emergency medical technician role, for example, is a very much in demand. Telehealth services is a high demand sector. Nursing, which is something which Kalyan's organization is working well on. Many of our other partners are seeing demand from many other countries as well. And they have actually transported nurses on dedicated flights across to other countries. And likewise, if you look at in telecom, the optical fiber laying technicians, the mobile repair technicians, these are again segments which have a lot of demand, and they could be jobs or they could be self-employed kind of opportunities. And in logistics, there's again a vast expansion happening. So at the bottom, of course, courier agents is in high demand. But if you move up, things like consignment executives or warehouse supervisors, there's a big demand for it. And cutting across multiple sectors, of course, are segments like data analytics, cybersecurity, which whether it's retail or health or logistics or IT itself, fintech, all of them require these professionals. So these are going to be some of the areas where we'll see a lot of growth. And agriculture, of course, is now also seeing a lot of positive sentiment. And segments like soil samplers or even drone operators, agri-input service providers, these are, again, roles where we'll see a lot of interest. And apart from that, we can see also demand coming up from various government programs. So like the Jal Jeevan Mission, which is a very ambitious program to bring the tap to every household, is going to need a vast army of plumbers, electricians, accessible right down to each Gram Panchayat level. So we are working with the JJM mission, the mission, to see how we can either provide RPL, which the certification to existing plumbers, technicians, masons, and upskill them to provide them some kind of bridge course so that they become readily accessible resource people for these programs. The Ayushman Bharat, the Saubhagya program, which provided electricity down to every household, all of them required vast manpower. So these, again, government programs will also generate requirements, which we will be looking at addressing through our various programs.
Wow. That was hugely helpful, Vandana. And I think thanks for highlighting the various sectors. I think for the youth in the audience, it'll be very good to know that various sectors, as you mentioned, healthcare and the other sectors that you mentioned, right? Very, very important for them to, know where opportunities lie. As you said, even automobile is coming back. It's not what you thought it was going to be. I think that's very, very helpful that the youth should know what are the areas in which they can, look for jobs and growth and career opportunities. And I think one thing that you highlighted very beautifully, that the youth have the ability to choose the career they want. They have the ability to choose the sector they want. It's our job to just help them achieve that. But they have so many options today, and they can choose those out of the options. Sorry, you wanted to say something.
Well, I'm not sure if you'd like to flesh that out as a separate question, but I think the important thing for the youth to know is that it is a very dynamic world that we are living in. It's no longer the time where you go into one job and you stay in that for the next 10 years or 20 years. So we need to be, I think, while there are definite opportunities out there, I think it's incumbent on the youth to actually be consciously looking at what is the environment looking like, and then upskill themselves.
Let me flesh that out as a question so that the youth can understand what you're trying to maybe answer. Then maybe it is very important. How is technology and how is, the world as we know it disrupting the nature of jobs? What are the kind of skills that you see emerging? And what is the job that vocational training plays on top of the regular schooling and the regular college system to make the youth more relevant in today's ever changing job environment? Because jobs as we know it are no longer the same. 10 years ago, the changing the job environment was more static. In the last 15 to 20 years, the job environment has become very dynamic. Skills become outdated very quickly. The environment is changing very quickly. It's being disrupted hugely by technology, new ways of working, right? And maybe so just I know you were answering that question, but maybe I just put a question around it, and maybe you can help the audience understand what are the disruptions that are happening, how are the jobs changing, and what is it that the youth needs to do to be able to be better equipped to handle the ever-changing jobs.
So I think there is a lot of work which has been done again on that. I will not start throwing numbers really here, but I think the important point is that technology has come into play in almost all sectors and almost all job roles. It doesn't really now sit at some very high level of proficiency, right down to the guy who rings your bell, a carpenter, plumber. They need to know something about technology interface. And similarly, I think earlier people worked in organizations in the organized space, and then there was a complete informal sector. Now we have this kind of in-between space that has got created thanks to the gig economy, thanks to Uberization of many professions, which have picked up what were earlier informal jobs and made them into somewhat organized or formalized jobs. And with that, the people have had to acquire a whole new set of skills, whether it's in terms of adhering to a protocol, customer interface, communication, being able to respond to slightly higher order complex situations. These are things which are really across the board, whether it's problem solving, communication, and technical financial literacy, digital literacy. These are things which are across the board required now from everybody. And I think the good thing is that even if you look at people who we would never have thought to be techno savvy, they have shown immense ability to adapt and upskill themselves, even just learn on the go. So I feel very hopeful about that part. But apart from that, in terms of disruption, I think the part we all know is that certain job roles will disappear, are disappearing. If you look at manufacturing, if you just look at the automobile sector, the shop floor, the factories are now very, very largely dominated by robotic systems. So those kind of manpower roles have kind of disappeared. But equally then the higher order roles like design and those roles which will now be more sophisticated are coming up. And so we need the youth to upskill themselves. The other segment which is expanding rapidly is the creative domain, the care domain. And again, there we know that there is a huge potential for youth to engage. Just looking at how much is happening on YouTube, on the TikTok, etc. If you look at that, it shows the immense potential there. So there are many new segments that are coming up. If you look at fintech, there's a need for a lot of intermediaries. So I mean, it's too much to cover a lot in this short span of time, but broadly, I would say we are looking at a disruption in most sectors, but we are a country where the bullock cart has lived alongside the rocket going into space. So we do have a wide spectrum of realities in our country. So we do still need people who wouldn't be necessarily roles performed in other countries, which will be still relevant for a while. But going forward, we will see Uberization and disruption in a lot of these roles. And in the manufacturing space, in the organized space, more sophisticated skill sets will be needed by the people who were earlier performing fairly repetitive tasks. So there's just one quick more point I think I wanted to add is that from our point of view, one big shift that has happened is earlier our vocational training was very much defined by job roles and very templatized kind of roles in the market. So if you did an electrician role, you did the skills related to the electrician's domain skills. But there was increasingly a realization of the need for these soft skills or these horizontal skills, which are needed across all job roles. So about a year and a half back, the ministry agreed to a big change in approving a soft skills module, which is about 140-hour module, as part of all their government programmings. It's not a vocational skill in that sense, linked to a specific job role, but something which is being applied to all job roles. And it covers language, it covers digital financial literacy, entrepreneurship, which we see as being required by all. And Wadhwani Foundation partnered with us on creating this. So that's a module that is now being rolled out across the board.
So that absolutely is very, very important. I think going beyond just the technical skill set and then helping the youth to develop overall with English skills, with power skills, with all what you mentioned is very, very important. And you're absolutely right. The curriculum that Wadhwani Foundation has made, we are also as one of the organizations using it to do skill development with us. So it's a part of our curriculum as well to help the youth, develop overall much beyond technical expertise. Because when they go for employment in the market, the people who look at them to employ them are not just looking at people who have technical expertise, but are also looking at people who have good behavioral skills. They're looking at people who have good practical experience. And I think a combination of technical expertise, practical experience, and English skills, soft skills, behavioral skills is actually the complete package is what the industry is looking at. So thank you.
Sorry, Kunal, I'm just going to add this for the benefit of the youth who might be connected in this, because we want to just mention that these programs are now available on our aggregator platform called eSkill India. And there are about 750 courses on that, which we've created, we've aggregated in partnership with completely pedigree names like Microsoft, SAS, and Salesforce and Sailor Academy. And this particular module is also accessible there. So, and 2/3 of these 750 courses are free. So it's a very, very rich resource that people are free to use. We have now 3 lakh enrollments on the platform. Just in the span of the last 6-7 months, it's grown very, very sharply. So there is now immense opportunity for people to upskill themselves if they are motivated to do so.
Sure. I think that is really helpful. The eSkill India platform is very, very important for the youth who's attending the conclave today. Must actually go and see the eSkill India platform. Also, before I go on to a question for Kalyan, and I think or maybe I'll go on to the question to Kalyan and come back to you, Vandana. Kalyan, just if you can, tell the audience what is Parfi's approach to skill development. How do they approach skill development very differently from everyone else in the sector? How is the approach so unique and different? And we saw a lot through the video. It'll be just good to hear from you what is Parfi's approach to skill development in general. And then the second, and maybe once you answer that, I have a second question for you, which I'll come to you. So over to you.
Thanks, Kunal, and of course, Vandana has been fascinating in her. There's so many, like in the COVID scenario, I think so many job skills still to chase. So it's a good news for lots of the people who are feeling a bit down or a bit future unemployed or whatever. So just to give a quick glance of what Pan IIT Alumni Reach for India Foundations or Pan IIT approach for skilling is, that we actually work on the same principles that have created the IIT institution where it is, right? So if you look at what has happened to IITA, they're publicly owned, right? And they're globally some of the best. And we call that as the IIT and spirit. So the foundation's fundamental aim is to bring that IIT and spirit into vocational education. And therefore, when you actually, for example, look at basic tenets which are there, good or bad, for the past many odd years that IITs have been around from 1950s, they've always had assured placement. So we first and foremost believe that every job is not complete till there is an on-the-job training aspect, and therefore a placement that goes with it, because that's a very important integral part of the entire. So skilling per se, like you mentioned also, without practical training is not adequate. So therefore we believe that it's single product. It's not training and then placement. It's training along with placement. So that's number one. So it's an assured placement model. Second, we are very conscious that we want to target this for the SC, ST, Dalit, minorities, economically weaker section, folks in aspirational districts, really underprivileged youth. And of course, you can run it free or on a 100% subsidy model. But we've always believed that there should be copay. and therefore, they have a 100% skill loan facility that they at least pay as part subsidized fee, so that they feel a sense of ownership. They also co-contribute in real time in the cost recovery, and most important is there's a credit history that's created. And now with the fintech revolution just about to come in, the first loan is always the tricky loan. Nobody wants to give loan, especially to folks who are so-called credit unworthy. Right? I don't believe they're credit unworthy. I think it's just that we don't know about them. That's because we have devised systems that kind of exclude them. Therefore, we kind of say they are not included. That's a systemic issue, not the issue of the person involved. So if we can actually take care of that and create some credit history, even at a micro level, right? The loans in our case vary as small as 10,000 rupees and go up to 1,50,000 for a 2 to 3 month program, up to 2-year program. So obviously, depending on the program duration, etc., people actually have 100% assured skill loan financing facility. It's pretty much exactly again like IIT. I keep drawing the parallel because it's easy to relate. So if somebody got into IIT admission and don't have money to pay the fee, they instantaneously get a loan from, in fact, most banks are on the campus. And the reason why that happens is there's an inherent bankability in the course quality, in employability. So bankers understand that this is a very bankable proposition. So that's number two, and that also keeps us on our toes. We've existed through many schemes, and we've honestly never partaken in any scheme. And the reason why we hang around is because the bankers keep us on our foot. They ensure placements happen. Even in COVID, we've actually collected repayments because we've understood that some of these folks have to kind of earn their livelihood, etc. So that's what happens. And the third important facet is, of course, goes without saying, you should have best-in-class infrastructure. That's where we work with state governments. We really partner with them very intimately, in some sense like a joint venture of sorts. And they actually open their wallets, open their hearts. And we should recognize that governments today are very proactive. They are wanting to find mechanisms to deliver development very proactively. There is huge political will. So we are, for example, in Jharkhand in every district. And it's probably the state with highest number of aspirational districts. So in some sense, that's how we are actually taken a public institutional approach, just like IITs in every state of the country now. So we are very carefully building an institutional architecture. The point you said about that we want to reimagine the vocational education system. It's in some sorts what we also kind of aspire for, learn from all folks like you and Vandana's wonderful work at NSDC. And we kind of build that, reimagine, bring, if I may use the word, IIT-ness to a vocational education system so that it is one of the best in the world. I mean, why should it not be? I don't see any other reason. We should actually aspire to be the best. And India is one of the youngest countries out there. And if we can have a world-class vocational education paradigm, right, then nothing in the world can stop us really. And honestly, I think Indians are like all around the world. So in fact, even Prime Minister Modi also has been saying that we should be the human capital provider for the world. And that vision really is what we kind of work on.
Thank you, Kalyan. I think it was very, very helpful for the audience to know, the three facets that you highlighted that makes the PARFI model to skill development very, very unique and also assures a career progression in jobs. I think that probably is very helpful for the audience. What I would also, during your conversation, I noticed you touched upon COVID and you spoke about, how things are during COVID. I would like you to take this further and maybe, we've all read about the migrant population during COVID and how they've been affected, etc. So I would like you to share your thoughts about the migrant population and the opportunities for them and how maybe PARFI or the ecosystem can help them.
Absolutely. So great question, Kunal. As you know, actually, the famous saying is that, distance makes heart grow fonder, right? I mean, honestly, when we don't have enough people on the ground now, Indian industry is feeling the heat of, the amount of work that migrant population in India really kind of services, right? If you look at all the bottom of pyramid trades, be it in construction sector, which is India's second largest employer, apparel, which is again one of the largest women manpower engaging employer, or logistics, right? I mean, the famous Bihari driver in Mumbai, right? It's fundamentally migratory driven, and that's a great thing. In a country like India, if the labor market is mature enough to figure out opportunities for everybody and take inclusive approach, right? That's a fantastic place to be in. And honestly, these are jobs. I know Haryana, for example, just kind of promulgated a 75% quota. But the fact is, these are jobs the locals don't want to do. That's the reason why somebody from outside the state is actually coming. So then the market is really working. Somebody does not want to do something, they're not wanting to, I mean, they need not do it, somebody else is doing it. So it's wonderful. So actually, that's the system we had, and honestly, many of us were not recognizing. And we've seen these very distressing pictures of people walking back and how they've been treated. So PAN-IT is really one of the largest migratory skilling system. And we train in people in UPs and the Bihars and the Jharkhand so that we streamline some of this, and their jobs are fairly national. So I think my point is, one, we need to start accepting migration in a much more non-stigmatic way, because we somehow tend to feel either a bit of, I mean, it's very natural. It's just a market with the way it is working. For instance, I myself, I'm from Andhra Pradesh, but I reside in Mumbai. So I'm a migrant. I think Mr. Modi is a migrant. A whole lot of people are not where they are, whatever they were born. So I think we need to be very careful. I mean, very, very okay with it. First thing. The second thing is we need to therefore, be a little more, little more empathic when it comes to design of it, right? So, for example, in COVID, we've actually helped companies that wanted manpower badly, and because these were construction work, some of them honestly in strategic regions for the country. You know what's happening on the Jammu Kashmir side. They're actually important construction work, work that was getting stopped. So we actually facilitated some of those conversations, deployed people in Andaman, and I don't want to really get into the nitty-gritty, but point is that in these times we've actually enabled that with social distancing. They travel, we've got special permits, we've got them 100% tested before they even took on the journey. So honestly, I think there's so much amount of work that we can actually do with the entire migratory system. Instead of treating it as a problem, we probably need to look at it as a very good market-driven solution, but strengthen it definitely, and build some more systems that welcome them. Of course, accommodation, etc., is always an issue. So I think that's important. We need to learn that from the crisis. The second thing PAN-IT has been very actively doing is entire piece on testing. You can see the PAN-IT Alumni Reach for India Foundation in Jharkhand has set up in really tribal areas 1 lakh tests per month, kind of pool tests per month, kind of a training, very state-of-the-art RT-PCR facilities. So COVID is something where I think honestly it's a very important learning for all of us to reimagine some of these systemically. And that's where technology, that's where more equity-based, innovative paradigms, I think those have to be brought in. And we should also obviously strengthen the self-employment or the entrepreneurship piece way back in these states like Uttar Pradesh. AWOC is headquartered in UP, and honestly, there's so much work to be done there. I think the short point is that good or bad, the skilling and the livelihood sector has huge amount of work and therefore growth in a sad way, but it's nevertheless a lot of work that has to be done to undo the impact of the devastation that COVID has caused. So we might all have to do harder and smarter and better work going forward than what we've been doing. It's unfortunately, it's a situation that we've got, and we have to reverse the distress that has happened.
Thank you so much, Kalyan. I think what you shared with us about how you have helped the migrant population during COVID is certainly heartening. I think it's really great to see how you've connected them to certain construction projects or helped other companies who needed people during COVID, and how you've managed to, do that when the entire, economy and the country was under lockdown. I think it's great, to know this. It's very heartening to know this.
Just one more point, Kunal. Just one, sorry, I forgot to add. Actually, see, one of the things we have done, and this is useful for others, that's why I'm making a point, is the whole biobubble concept on which IPL, for example, itself is predicated, is how you test 100% of the people, and if you have a residential facility, you prima facie seal it, is how we are even now doing training in our nursing colleges. And that's a lot of healthcare workers. We have just done COVID lab technician training for a whole lot of public sector health workers. So I think we need to remember that we have to live with COVID. And I forgot to mention this, but that's important. We need to learn to deal with the new normal, and that's absolutely valuable. And we need to kind of keep that in mind as
well. Absolutely.
Sorry.
Thank you for that, Kalyan. So Vandana, one more question for you. I think at least I can tell you. I think as Praveen had mentioned earlier, I went to Delhi University, I went to SRCC. I did not know about vocational training, or I can tell you I'm reasonably okay educated. I'll say, but I'll tell you, I did not even know that there was a concept called vocational training. Vocational training as a concept was not even known to me, right? And NSTC is doing such a wonderful role with vocational training. And now that we have a panel about youth empowerment, NSTC is very uniquely placed, very differently from the school education NCRT based system, very differently placed from the UGC college education system. I would love for you to talk for about 2 to 3 minutes about how the NSTC system of education is uniquely different from a school or a college education, and how can it really empower youth. Of course, NSTC works through training partners, as you mentioned, but how can it empower youth to take what is the advantage for the youth to take these programs, and how can it empower them to be successful in what they want to do. Also, while you're going to talk about this, I would also while we use the word vocational training, I mean, if I was to just move away and use another word for it, it's essentially professional training, right? But it's essentially training to become a professional, training to do a job in the market, right? You have so many job roles like this. A chef is a profession. A chartered accountant is a profession. But unfortunately, other roles of vocational training are not so well known. People don't even know the concept of vocational training. So maybe if you can elaborate that a little, that'll be very helpful for the audience, because I can say from my personal example, I did not know about vocational training till I got into it.
Well, I mean, you're not alone, and I think in our country there's been an overwhelming dominance of formal education, and the only pathway after school was either you go to college or you just drop out. And it was a very unfortunate paradigm, but I think over the last 4-5 years, there's been a very, very significant shift. And I would say even in the formal education, in school education as well as college education, till I would say till 2015 or so, people, if you talked to them about vocational education, maybe their eyes would glaze over. But today, when you talk of them, actually there is a huge interest, and they are reaching out to NSDC on how they can embed more of vocational content into their courses and programs, because they realize that a vanilla degree program is no longer really good. And frankly, we know that from the employment data that the highest rate of unemployment is actually in the graduates. So there is clearly a big misalignment that is there in the pure educational track, other than those who might really be pursuing very much higher kind of qualifications. So vocational education, I think, is that, I would call it really the plus plus, because it actually is in many ways giving confidence to a person about himself, and at the same time also making them more employable, and opening up a whole lot of livelihood opportunities for them. And it's basically something that we need to definitely push out a lot more information on, based on some studies done by Dell Foundation and many of our own analyses. We know that the choices kids make about what course to pursue are based on very scanty information. 88% plus is based on just friends or relatives, what they say, kar lo, ye kar lo, that kind of a decision is taken. It's not informed. So we actually are currently in the midst of discussing how we can take this whole information that is sitting in our ecosystem out and push it into platforms or intermediaries who are engaging with students when they're making those choices. So it could be counseling platforms like iDream Career or other platforms. We are talking about these occupational maps that we have, which our sector skill councils have created on how career progression happens. We now have salary information. That information we will be pushing out more systematically. And in terms of what students can do, I think the possibilities today are way more than probably what you might have had, and definitely much more than what we had. The earlier choices were very linear. You kind of went from class 12 into another program. Today, you can do parallel, processes where you could be pursuing a college degree and at the same time doing a course. And you could be doing a course and then getting back into a formal kind of program later. And right now, it's still a bit rough on the edges in terms of that pathway to come back into formal, but I just want to make that point very clearly that at the highest levels, there's a lot of discussion on the credit framework so that that mobility between vocational and formal education becomes more seamless. But the point is still, even if you're pursuing a college degree, you can take courses. And as per our impact analyses, even the government programs, which are completely free and are relatively at the lower end in terms of the course levels, we have found that the certificate, the person who has achieved certification has a 1.8 times higher likelihood of being in a job than one who is not certified. And the wage that the person who has a certification and versus another person who does not have a certification but with a job is 15% higher, the wage premium. And we also have, if you forget about the short-term skilling content that's gone in, but even the recognition of prior learning, which is basically certifying an existing skilled person, even there, the impact of just that certification is about 19% higher wage premium is what our analysis shows. And the person, most importantly, feels significantly empowered. 75 to 79% is the range of people saying they felt more confident, they felt that their prospects were better, they felt more assured of being able to negotiate for a job just by virtue of having a certificate. And it may seem very small to a lot of us, but for people who have never had that opportunity to demonstrate that they did have a professional a proficiency, it's a very powerful intervention. And what Kalyan does in the Heartland, I think, is remarkable in the way they have transformed the lives of people coming from extremely backward areas. And you see that they're able to say, I'm willing to go abroad. From a person who's never been outside their village to be able to have the confidence to say, I can go abroad and land on my feet there. That is what vocational training does. I don't think that can come with a college degree. And when you talk to the youth, just using their hands, applying their knowledge, doing something which is closer to a job gives immense confidence. And one more thing which has been discussed earlier is, I think,
I just wanted to hold your thought for 1 minute because you mentioned a few very powerful things. And, I want to talk from our experiences of running a skilling institute. So we run an institute in vocational training for healthcare workers. So there are 3 kinds of healthcare workers. Doctors typically form 10 to 15% of the healthcare infrastructure. Nurses that typically form between 20 to 25% of the healthcare infrastructure. And 60 to 70% of the healthcare infrastructure are known as health techs. They're known as operation theater technicians, X-ray technicians, OT technicians, right? I would actually wanted to highlight to you that about over 40% of our enrollments are people who finish college and are not able to get jobs, and then realize that they need to enroll into a professional program, which is an NSTC approved professional program to get jobs. And I think you really highlighted it so powerfully and beautifully that the program that we do today are actually enable them to get jobs rather than an overall diploma or a degree, which is just a generic model. If I talk about over 40% of our students finishing college come to us to do these programs.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, Kunal. I'm not at all surprised, because that's what even our data says. There's a large number of people who are with those degrees and still are coming into programs. Yours is a relatively premium program. I'm talking about even in the government free programs. We have a large number of people in our candidate profiles who are with those degrees. So clearly there is a value which the vocational program brings, which is not currently available in our vanilla degree programs. And the beauty is that today they do not have to be mutually exclusive. So somebody can even do these alongside. And the online offerings can also give that flexibility.
Absolutely.
So Kunal, the way we explain it is a pizza approach, right? The education is the pizza base. The topping are all vocational. So you can't have pizza just as the base, right? Eventually, you need to get the topping.
I see Mr. Venkateshwar Lu has joined us. I think he may be here for a very limited period of time. I quickly want to go to him before I come back to each of you, Kalyan and Vandana. Praveen, I would like for you to introduce Mr. Venkateshwar Lu, and then, maybe
so
ask his few questions.
as I shared Shri L. Venkateshwar Lu, who's a 1991 batch IS officer. He's a BTech from NIT Warangal and Masters from IIT Delhi. He has a wealth of experience in administration, working in different capacities. So what he has been, in the current role, he's the Director General for Deen Dayal Upadhyay State Institute of Rural Development. And also he heads the UP Academy of Administration Management. So he is actually involved in shaping the young minds and guiding the new administrators. So his role is very, very critical. I'm sure he can throw a lot of light on how today's youth can actually, contribute to the nation building. So I would hand it over to you, Kunal, to take it forward and ask the question.
Thank you for that, Praveen. Welcome to the panel, Mr. Venkateshwar Lu. I have only one very important question for you. I think you will be the best to answer that for our audience. I would love to know from you, because you come from the administrative services, you work with the country very closely. If you can tell us, how can the youth contribute towards building our nation, and what kind of jobs can they expect to do when they are looking at contributing towards building the nation? What are the kind of job opportunities that they may have at their hand?
So, Sabhi, I apologize to all the other friends and colleagues. I could not join because urgently I had to attend the program. तो साथियों, मैं चूंकि गवर्नमेंट सर्विस में काम करता हूं, मैं सोच भी रहा हूं कि in the inaugural session also they have presented a lot of data, the existing unemployment levels and also the skill gaps available in various sectors, whether it's agriculture, industry, MSME sector and all. So even now the tremendous the information is available regarding the job requirements also, skill requirements also, and available skill sets during the corona times. These all information has been collected. It has been posted onto various platforms so that the job providers and job seekers can come together. In the rural areas, because I work mostly because I'm the in charge of State Institute of Rural Development, so I look after the rural areas. I got a lot of exposure to it. तो हमारे यूथ क्या कर सकते हैं यदि हम लोग उसको विचार करें? एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में let us see whether it is a fruits, vegetables and all. Now you can have a premium sector, which organic products or good quality fruits or good quality vegetables. There were lot of people who could pay for it when they are sure that these fruits or vegetables are organic and they are of good quality, especially if they are grown on the help of the biofertilizers, whether it's cow dung or the cow-based things. Now in the rural sector, the government is putting a lot of emphasis on the human employment. Now we have got 4 lakh and they have got a lot of handicraft products are being manufactured or created by these women groups. We can analyze the market conditions. What are the handicraft products which are in demand? What are the products that are being created, produced by the women self-help groups? उनको मार्केट रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से थोड़ा बहुत पैकेजिंग में थोड़ा बहुत उसमें इंप्रूवमेंट लाके उसकी वैल्यू इज कॉल्ड वैल्यू एडिशन में it can be made more attractive, and yes, you can create market for these women producers, self-help groups की, क्योंकि government is also giving a lot of emphasis. So if some youth who is interested in the marketing aspect, so he can definitely explore into those areas depending upon the availability of the market data. दूसरी, यदि यूथ को और क्या कर सकते हैं, मान लें कि सामाजिक सेक्टर है, सोशल सर्विस यदि करना चाहते हैं, तो whether it is a एनवायरमेंटल एस्पेक्ट हो, वेरियस कैलामिटीज को एड्रेस करने के लिए जो बात है, और जो वुमन एम्पावरमेंट, एनवायरमेंट, इस तरह की बहुत सारे सोशल इश्यूज है, उस पर काम करने के लिए यू कैन yes become a social activist, and you can seek the financial cooperation also from the corporate social responsibility. There are maybe many donors and charitable organizations who would help you in carrying out some relevant activities which require some kind of a catalyzing, some kind of a you need to create some kind of atmosphere. सोसाइटी में वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट की बात हो, सपोज बेटी पढ़ाओ बेटी बचाओ की जो बात हो रही है, या पीस एंड हार्मोनी इन द सोसाइटी, वेदर इट इज उसमें कास्ट हेट्रेड, कम्युनल हेट्रेड, वेरियस थिंग्स है व्हिच आर वेरी डिस्टर्बिंग, उसको टू क्रिएट पीस एंड हार्मोनी यू कैन क्रिएट, यू कैन run an organization, voluntary organization type of thing, some kind of social activism that is a great contribution to the society. So the education sector also, education sector, if you see the government schools, there the condition is definitely not good. There are a lot of data available. The student who is studying 5th class in an elementary school is standard maybe class 2 or class 3rd type and all. How can we improve the elementary education? What kind of support do we require? Many times the parents themselves, they don't send the children to the school, or they don't monitor to ensure that the child goes to the school every day. So there are various issues. Somebody can do the campaign for that, but presently he is already unemployed. How can you do it? Because then he has to seek some kind of financial contribution from voluntary, from the charitable organizations, or the some corporate social responsibility type of thing. The other, like in similarly in the political field, I can also say that in the political field, we are already analyzing. There is 33% reservation. It is also concerned with the women empowerment also. There is a 33% reservation for the women members in various panchayats. There is a Gram Pradhan, Village Pradhan, Kshetra Panchayat Sadasya and all. If you go there, many times somebody is working on behalf of her. भले ही उसको महिला को खड़ा कर दिया गया किसी घर से, और उनको काम नहीं करने दिया जाता, उनको पति या उनके ससुर कोई काम करता है. That is not really on a real empowerment. Suppose मान ले 33% है, but on the record, 40% are women representatives, but in the field we see only 5 to 10% are the, not even 10%. My guess is maybe 5% of the people may be working on their own independently, but the remaining people, महिला प्रतिनिधि केवल नाम के वास्ते कोई और उसके लिए काम कर रहा है. But that is not the spirit of the Constitution. The 73rd, 74th Amendment, they categorically earmarked 33% seats for the women members. तो उनको स्वयं काम करने वाली, समझने वाली महिलाएं खड़े होना चाहिए, जीतना चाहिए. We need to create that kind of climate. We need to, when we want to bring a transformation in the society, उसको भी campaign करना पड़ेगा. Suppose next, I am seeing in the near future, say by in April or so, the elections will take place. Next is 6 months. In the next panchayat election, because panchayat representatives play a very huge role in the rural transformation, in bringing about a lot of changes. So this could be to some extent applicable for even the reservations also, backward reservations or the SC reservations also. The people who really belong to that category and really want to work on their own may not stand and get elected, but some big man in the village may just keep a protest. एक अपना नीचले अपने खेत में काम करने वाले हो, घर में काम करने वालों को खड़ा करके उसको जिता दे, और वो वास्तव में वो काम नहीं करेगा, प्रॉक्सी में काम दूसरा करता है. ऐसा भी है. तो कितना परसेंटेज है, कितना अलग बात है, बट लेकिन रियल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के लिए, एम्पावरमेंट के लिए जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन प्रोविजंस है और रिजर्वेशन की जो व्यवस्था है, उसको लागू करने के लिए some person who is very serious about it has to work on it. तो ग्राम स्वराज जो महात्मा गांधी जी ने जो बात कही है, तो somebody has to take up this issue. महात्मा गांधी जी ने कहा भी था, दो तरह का इशू है कि after independence politics will happen as usual, politics for power, and there is also politics for people, politics for the societal transformation with these the democratic thought and democratic ideas. Though the democracy has formally come, but the society ये बहुत दिनों से उस तरह की shackles में है. रियल वो सोसाइटी उस तरह की ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के लिए it is not prepared to that level. It requires tremendous work in the field to change the attitude of the people to accept the democratic spirit. उसके लिए जो पॉलिटिक्स फॉर पावर एंड पॉलिटिक्स फॉर पीपल रियल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के लिए डेमोक्रेटिक एथोस जो न्याय समानता और बंधुत्व जो बेसिक फंडामेंटल वैल्यूज है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में उसको लागू करने के लिए भी somebody has to work for it. महात्मा गांधी जी ने कहा कि it is more important, लेकिन in course of time somehow वो that has gone to the background. लेकिन असली बात यदि कोई यूथ यदि सामाजिक रूप से ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन करना चाहते हैं तो इस एंगल पे भी कार्य करने की जरूरत है. पॉलिटिकल फील्ड है, सोशल फील्ड है और इकोनॉमिक फील्ड में यू कैन बी ए प्रोड्यूसर और यू कैन बी ए जॉब सीकर और सपोज आपकी मार्केट पोटेंशियल में जो वुमन प्रोडक्ट्स वगैरह बना रहे हैं उसको कुछ लिटिल चेंजेस करके कुछ क्वालिटी एडिशन करके यू कैन क्रिएट मार्केट. तो आपको देखना पड़ेगा कि आपका किसमें जील है, एंथुसियाज्म है. मैं यूथ से इतना ही कह सकता हूं कि भाई यूथ के पास जो एनर्जी है ये स्वयं अपनी एनर्जी को फॉर्मली इनफॉर्मली कहीं न कहीं भी एंगेज करना चाहिए. I believe very strongly in the God. If anybody is trying to work for the benefit of the society, there is some invisible force in the nature that will definitely pull him up and place him in an appropriate position. तो ये हमेशा पॉजिटिव दृष्टि बनाए रखें. जो अपनी के सामने की जो परिस्थिति है उसमें कैसे किसी न किसी के माध्यम से आपको जिस सेक्टर में जिस एक्टिविटी में रुचि है, एग्रीकल्चर है, राइट एक्टिविटीज है, सोशल सेक्टर है, जिसमें है और लोगों को जोड़ें और एग्जामिन करें. बहुत लर्निंग मटेरियल है, बहुत सारे लोग गाइडेंस देने के लिए, मेंटर बनने के लिए तैयार है. तमाम इंडस्ट्रियल एसोसिएशंस है और हमारे उद्योग विभाग में हर एक जिले में तो हमारे पास डिप्यूटी कमिश्नर है इंडस्ट्री सेक्टर. देयर इज उसमें फैसिलिटेशन सेंटर्स बने हुए हैं टू एस्टैब्लिश द स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज और माइक्रो एंटरप्राइजेस. तो उस तरह का वेर एवर यू आर इंटरेस्टेड और उद्योग बंधु भी है स्टेट लेवल पे ऑनलाइन आपको असिस्टेंस अवेलेबल है. तो इसमें कहीं न कहीं पे और इंडस्ट्री एसोसिएशन वाला भी जो मॉर्निंग में इनॉग्रेशन सेशन में बोल रहे थे वो भी आप मदद करने के लिए तैयार है. तो somebody has to explore in whichever area he is interested in. He has to search for it, work for it. Initial stage में आपको थोड़ा बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रगल करना पड़ेगा, but लेकिन I believe very strongly in the individual force. If you are very positive, you are trying to work for the benefit of the society, definitely you will be taken care. That's all.
Thank you so much. I think you highlighted a lot of sectors in which the youth can work and how they can benefit. It's very good to know they can help with the economy, they can help with the political sector, they can help with the social sector. There is so much choice, and the kind of change that they can make is also very meaningful. So thank you for that. I think it should certainly inspire people in our audience to, take up some sort of employment or apply. And it's very also interesting to know, as you mentioned, there's so much reservation for women, and not many women are not necessarily taking it properly, or even if they're there, they're in the background. They're only less than 5% who are actually doing it. So I think it's very important for our society to know that women should also come in front, should take these opportunities and not just be in the background, because that is the only way a society can transform. So thank you so much for sharing that, the words of wisdom. I think it'll be hugely helpful with someone with your background, to be sharing that with all the audience. I think we have a very few minutes left. So I would like, people to take some questions. I see 2 questions have come. I think Vandana has left the panel, but maybe someone can answer this question. what has NSTC been doing in rural areas, and what is your organization in villages, and what is your impact in terms of results? So um, I can let Mr. Venkateshwar Lu answer maybe some of it, because I know the DDU GKY scheme has been doing a lot of these projects in rural areas and the kind of impact. So maybe if Mr. Venkateshwar Lu, you can just quickly tell the kind of government schemes and the kind of impact that they have created for the youth. What are these schemes and what are the kind of impact?
Yeah, the National Skill Development Mission, what is it doing? Or even there is a state level also, no skill development mission is there. So he can definitely go to their website. They must have trained lot of people in various sectors. To the best of my knowledge, they have collected the youth who are interested in to build that skill gap. What are the various trades? Whether it is building or the repairing, the electrician, plumber. There are various sectors, various trades are opened. They were all trained in ITIs and also polytechnics, and they are uploaded in their website. One can go and see the large number of youth have been trained in various sectors, and there are a lot of voluntary agencies who are employed in skilling them, and it is also their responsibility to search for their employment also. They have conducted a lot of employment fair, job fairs, and where the small industries, micro enterprise, and all, they also participated. Maybe sometimes, maybe online or offline, maybe virtual mode also. The some as per the requirement, when those both job providers and speakers have the job seekers and providers, the skill required and the skill available, when they are being brought to a same platform, they must have been, a lot of people have been selected. I think that data is also must be available in their website. If somebody who is interested, he can go on.
I think that's helpful. I think if our audience can go, as you correctly said, look at these various agencies, the sectoral councils, or look at the agencies, like HSRLM, BSRLM, livelihood missions. They do a lot of these programs, and the results will actually be available for each of us to see what these missions have been able to achieve and the kind of work that they're doing. So I hope that answers the question for one of the audience. The second question that I see is, how do you identify or select a trainee? Now, I think I will ask Kalyan, maybe because you run an organization, Kalyan, at Parfi. How do you identify, Kalyan, and select people who come and apply to Parfi to do a program? And I'll be happy to share what we do at Virohan after you, but I think that's the last question. And so we would like to wrap up after that so that the conclave doesn't get delayed.
Yeah, so I'll keep it short. So in our case, we don't select the employee. I mean, the trainee self-selects because we have a loan model. So whoever is willing to take a loan and is willing to take the liability that comes with it, even if they can't afford it today, but if they're open to taking the liability of tomorrow and I want to invest, and not get a freebie, and are willing to kind of self-select like that, we welcome them based on, of course, each course has its own entry criteria based on employment requirements, but otherwise it's really we prefer the poor people, SC, ST, and all of these, and barring that, there is no other cap. It's self-selection of employees.
Right. I think that is very, very interesting, Kalyan. I love the fact that you said that they actually get to choose you rather than you selecting. That's very, very powerful. I think the youth who's listening to this on the panel should be very happy to know that you have a choice. You can go to these organizations and choose what you really want to do. I think Mr. Venkateshwar Lu also highlighted something very powerful. He said you can go choose between the political sector, the social sector, or the business sector. You have a choice. So I think how do most people also, I would say how we select someone is that, obviously the youth decides to first come to us if they want to do a program in healthcare vocational training. And then we have some sort of an assessment, which is not really a technical assessment because we're anyways going to train the youth on technical knowledge, but it is more an aptitude and an attitude assessment. Basically, is the child serious about what they want to do? Do they really want to do this? Is this their area of interest? Or have they just heard it from a friend of theirs and come to do a program? Because for us, it's very, very important that the child makes the decision out of their own wish. they know that this is the right program. So we actually do counseling in the beginning just to map the attitude and the aptitude of the child to make sure that the decision that they're taking, obviously a documented process, but something that they do so that they know and they're happy with the kind of program that they will be doing. I see a question from Ankit. Do we have time, Praveen, or I think enough time over? Praveen, you're on mute, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I think we can take this last question
and then we can wrap up. Okay. So, Kalyan, I think we have a question for you. Will IIT online data science degree be a game changer for the learners?
That's a good start, I think, from IITs. But honestly, I want to just, eventually the game is in really acquiring the competence. So in some sense, there's a famous quote. It is not how many courses you have gone through, how much of the course has gone through you that really matters. So keep that in mind. It is that actually it's a platform, it's a course, but eventually, how do you kind of perform after absorbing it in the industry that will determine its success? Not per se the availability of the course. That's a good start, but that's necessary but not a sufficient condition. So keep that in mind. I also just want to thank our team again for giving us an opportunity. It's wonderful listening to L. Venkateshwarlu sir. He's also an IIT and it's phenomenal the work he's doing in UP. So really inspiring. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank the esteemed panel. I think thank you so much for taking time, talking to the youth who's on the conclave today. This has been hugely helpful. If we have 2 minutes, Praveen, I would just like to show the youth a video of how and what things can be done in vocational training. And, this is a Virohan video, but I think it's not only unique to Virohan, anyone else can sort of also. Do we have time or should we?
We have time.
Okay, so I
would just, also put a panel poll question also. There was one poll question which came from somebody. So I'm just launching this panel which says that do students get guided by parents about their career choices? So if some of them can answer this, because this was something which was very interesting insight. So I'm just launching this polling here, and if people can respond by the time, you can just click on your screen whether you say yes or no. Because that's very interesting. I think 100% say yes. So that's it. I think we have scoring. So still, that is something interesting inside which we still find. So anyway, so over to you, Kunal. You can show the video and then we can wrap it up. Thank you.
We'll wrap it up after that. Okay. So just quickly, I'm just going to show a video. This is not the video. Sorry. Just 1 second.
Yeah.
तेरे अंदर तेरी मंजिल, तेरे अंदर तेरे रास्ते, तेरी किस्मत तेरे हाथों, चुन ले अपना सफर सफर। तेरा हुनर हुनर, तेरी कदर कदर, 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 तेरा हुनर हुनर, तेरी कदर कदर। रात की मेहनत रंग लाएगी, अब सुबह पे हक जता ले। अंधेरों से बढ़कर होती है उजाले की उमर उमर। तेरा हुनर हुनर, तेरी कदर कदर, तेरा हुनर हुनर, तेरी कदर कदर। अपने हाथों की गर्मी से सूरज सुनहरा रोशन कर ले। मौके चल के खुद आएंगे, जाएगा तू जिधर जिधर, जाएगा तू जिधर जिधर। मौके चल के खुद आएंगे, जाएगा तू जिधर जिधर। तेरा हुनर हुनर, तेरी कदर कदर, तेरा हुनर हुनर, तेरी कदर कदर। तेरा हुनर हुनर, तेरी कदर कदर, तेरा हुनर हुनर, तेरी कदर कदर, तेरा हुनर हुनर, तेरी कदर कदर। रात की मेहनत रंग लाएगी, अब सुबह पे हक जता ले। अंधेरों से बढ़कर होती है उजाले की उमर उमर। तेरा हुनर हुनर, तेरी कदर कदर, तेरा हुनर हुनर, तेरी कदर कदर। अपने हाथों की गर्मी से
बोल रहा है वो जो राहत वाला डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट चौधरी वाला।
अंधेरों से बढ़कर होती है उजाले की उमर उमर तेरा हुनर हुनर तेरी कदर कदर तेरा हुनर हुनर तेरी कदर कदर अपने हाथों की गर्मी से सूरज सुनहरा रोशन कर ले मौके चल के खुद आएंगे जाएगा तू जिधर जिधर जाएगा तू जिधर जिधर मौके चल के खुद आएंगे जाएगा तू जिधर जिधर।
So I hope that video was helpful. I see the panel has changed already. So let me just say bye to everyone and thank you so much for participating. Thank you, Kalyan. Thank you, Vandana. And thank you, Mr. Venkateshwarlu. It was hugely helpful. I hope the audience had a good time. And over to you, Praveen. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you
Thanks
so
so much. Thanks so much, Kunal, for holding it such an interesting session. Thanks
Thank
a
you.
lot. Thank you very much. Okay.
Bye.
So thank you very much to the panel on youth empowerment and through quality education and skill development. Now we would have the next session immediately after this. We are not having any break, which was earlier planned 5-minute break, because we are running just 5 minutes, overshooting our time. So I would request now Mr. Hemendra Mathur, who is an IIM Ahmedabad alumnus and banking professional with over 24 plus years experience in venture capital, private equity, management consulting, and investment banking in India, South Asia, Europe, and USA. Mr. Mathur is currently founder of Think AG, and he would certainly, which is the India's first food and agtech platform, bringing together innovators, corporates, investors, and other stakeholders. And he's actually transforming India's food and agriculture landscape. So over to Mr. Hemendra Mathur now to take the chair and invite the other panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Praveen. Thank you, Praveen. I'm not able to start my video for some reason. So
let me just check. I think just a moment.
Yeah, I can start now. It's done.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so just a moment. Just give me a second.
No, it started. It's working now. Okay, great. Shall we get started? You're waiting for Mr. A.K. Singh.
Hello.
Okay, great. So, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
It's a pleasure to host this panel. The topic for the panel is agri reforms for upscaling growth. It's a very contextual topic given the fact that we have seen a plethora of agri reforms in last, I would say, 3 to 6 months, and which has a huge implication on how the agricultural sector will evolve in time to come, right? And I'm extremely fortunate and blessed to have a wonderful set of panelists with me to discuss this issue. And I'll just take a couple of minutes to make an introduction to all the panelists. So we have with us today Sanjeev Asthana. He's the CEO for Ruchi Soya, with a significant experience in the food and agribusiness sector with companies like Reliance Retail, Cargill, Britannia. And of course, he's recognized as a leader in food and agricultural sector, has more than 25 years of experience. He's also founder and managing partner of iFarm Venture Advisors and chairman of the National Skills Foundation of India. He works very closely at the policy level with the Government of India and international organizations. Welcome, Sanjeev, to the panel. Next is Mr. Kapil Dev. He's Executive Vice President and Head Business and Products at National Commodity and Derivatives Exchange Limited, NCDEX. He has been instrumental in launching new products and building new categories at the exchange. In a career spanning over 13 years, he has developed deep expertise in Indian commodity market, agribusinesses, and changing dynamics of agri-commodity trading. Kapil, very warm welcome to you to the panel. And last but not the least, Mr. A.K. Singh. He has about 4 decades of experience of branch banking and rural developmental banking. After initial few years in commercial banks, he joined NABARD in 1984 as grade A officer in its first batch. As CGM, he headed regional offices of NABARD in 2 large states, which is Rajasthan and UP. And he has wide experience in rural development banking in UP, Bihar, MP, Rajasthan, and Maharashtra. He has been deeply associated with microfinance, financial inclusion, institutional development, bank supervision, rural credit, and monitoring and development of farm sector. So this is the set of panelists that we have. Welcome to all of you. So before we get started with the panel discussion, let me just take 2 minutes to set the context before we get into the discussion. As we all know, agri reforms which happened in the recent past, including amendment of APMC Act, ECA Act, and Contract Farming Act, I think what essentially they have done is given a freedom to farmers to sell anytime, anywhere, at any price, right? And as you would know, that if you look at the entire food supply chain, there are typically between 5 to 8 intermediaries between farmer and the consumer, which not only reduces farmer share in consumer price, but also lead to significant wastage and food loss. Hopefully, with new reforms, we will see compression of the food supply chain, which will unlock value by creating more transparency and efficiency, which I guess is good for farmers as well as good for the end consumers, right? In addition, we also expect that this will spur multiple innovative business model from farm to fork. We are already witnessing hundreds of agtech startups trying to build post-harvest intervention. And I guess that number is going to go from few hundreds to few thousand in time to come. And once the robust market linkage is established, hopefully with the new reforms, I think it can also give fillip to post-harvest finance, right? And post-harvest infrastructure, which is need of the hour, including warehousing, processing, cold storages. So I think overall, it seems a big step in the right direction. So let me just pause here and get our panelists into the discussion to throw light on all these issues. So I'll start with my first question to Sanjeev. Sanjeev, you have so much of experience in the whole food supply chain. How do you perceive the recent agri reforms? You know, what kind of impact they are going to have on farmers as well as food supply chain in time to come?
So thank you, Hemendra, and very good context setting you've done. So 2 parts to the question in terms of the ag reforms as to what impact they're likely to have and how is it going to impact. So the first part is that, the agriculture as a business has continued for ages. So it is not that the business of agriculture was not happening, it was. But, it had limitations of all kinds. So what we witnessed over a period of time was that the farmers as suppliers and consumers as, the users of the commodity as buyers, the price parity between them or the transparency, the way it should have operated, or even the efficiency part of it. So 2 things which were broadly missing. One is that India did not have the benefit of well-invested supply chains. So we had infra created. We had some regulatory architecture in terms of the, through the mandis it got operated. But really the value-adding infrastructure, the efficiency, what we could be, brought in, the ease of, running the business of, supply chain for large number of companies. So if you look at over a period of time, a lot of large companies, mid-sized companies and small companies have got into the, building up direct farm procurement model to connect to the customers, whether at a B2B level or even a B2C level. And the challenge they faced was that every time they would buy from the producers directly, the cost of procurement was way higher than what they would tend to when they buy from the mandi. and it was even cheaper when they bought it from the traders. So one of the issues which came up always was that even though you could procure good quality, but when it came to the final price parity, or at what cost you're procuring, what businesses have to sustain and run at a profit. So the difficulty was that every time you tended to build up direct farm procurement models, it tended to be very expensive, and with the result, the most of the large companies and mid-sized companies tended to avoid that. The second issue on top of that, which used to come in, was that the regulations at mandi. So it was either through an ordinance that you got the permission to procure directly, or there was certain state level regulation, but there was no continuity or certainty of the legal framework with companies could with certainty make investments in the agriculture supply chains or food supply chain, and build up a long-term business platform around that. And the third piece, which was an issue, was that how do you build up the the adjacencies to the supply chain? So issues like logistics, assaying facilities, farm gate infrastructure, and alongside, if you needed cold storages, how would they come in? And the problem was chicken and egg, because the regulations were not clear, so infra would not come in. Because the infra would not come in, the regulations continued to remain what they were, so the cost of procurement was very high. The result was that we were stuck in a situation where 95% of the supply chains were either partially with the government, where the FCI and the government procurement was happening, or rest of it was in small hands. But there's nothing wrong, mind you. I'm not for a moment suggesting that mandi traders or brokers or otherwise are in any way not adding value. I think they're the ones who really filled in the gap and done phenomenal job. But the question is that could the regular mainstream capital, mainstream businesses, and other smaller players could participate in a more free way, that it becomes a competitive environment where the producers have a choice. So I'll cut short my answer right now, because you need to ask questions with the other panelists. I think the reforms, what they've done is, they've given a certain degree of stability to the plans which companies can have around getting into the farm gate procurement models and build that up. B, it has given, the biggest issue is it has given the freedom to the farmers to negotiate other than the mandi structure. So mandis, my view is, will continue to be strong. They'll be thriving places because there is no parallel structure yet available to substitute them. But the producers have a choice. So tomorrow they could go to a large retailer, could go to a large company, could go to the APMC, could go to a small trader. And I think the moment producers get a choice, then it becomes a competitive environment for buyers to buy from them. And this was expectedly, I'm reasonably certain, will help in spurring the farm incomes, bring more efficiency to the marketplace, bring more transparency, and we will see a lot of capital investment which is going to go in. So I think certainly extremely beneficial, but we should not expect overnight results. It will take its own time, and I think we should be patient about it. The important part is that notwithstanding the challenges, from various quarters, I think we should stay the course, and it will result in very positive results for agriculture and food supply chain at both ends of the spectrum, consumers as well as the farmers.
Thanks, Sanjeev. I think this is very, very, very good start to the panel, I must say, with very incisive insights and a very balanced view, I must say. And I totally agree. I think with continuity in policy, we're going to see more capital investment, which is much needed at the point of procurement. And of course, giving choice to the farmer. I think no one is saying mandis are going to disappear, but I think farmers should have the choice. Is there any other industry in the world where you're forced to sell to a particular buyer, right? This is not how the businesses work. And farmer at the end of the day is an entrepreneur and a businessman, so we should definitely respect and give him the choice. And it could be mandi trader. That's all right. So thanks very much. I will move to Kapil. Kapil, we all know NCDEX. It's one of the most prominent and one of the most important commodity exchanges in the country. You played a very important role in building this platform for traders, for farmers, etc. And how do you see the agri reforms now, driving NCDEX to build interesting business models, or capture interesting opportunities which are available in the post-harvest supply chain? Over to you, Kapil.
Thank you, Hemen, and uh, I would like to start these reforms. Actually, if we see past 6 months, the turbulent time which Indian ecosystem is facing and the entire globe is facing because of Corona, and the most talked of thing during this period was agri reforms which government has initiated. And if you look all these three agri reforms, these reforms are not something which has been initiated just to address the issues which has created by Corona, but these are some demand from the industry which were pending since last 20, 30 years till the time we are talking about, we have been talking about liberalization of economy. And I think these are the steps which at the right time government has initiated, and maybe we are in a right position to evaluate exactly at the point that these reforms, how they really helped during this time and how going forward these are going to help. So as an exchange where we focus mostly on the risk management and post-harvest activities, which includes storage, financing, and risk management, I would like to say that as a country, slowly and gradually in last 5 6 years we have been moving, except oil seeds, from a short supply country to surplus country, right? Almost all the grains and pulses now we are self-sufficient, and in various commodities government has to really pitch in and buy a huge quantity to ensure that farmers are getting right price and market is not flooded and they are not impacted by the lower prices. So this itself says that prices have remained volatile, and lot of government policies have a direct and indirect impact on the market. Till the time we were short supply, basically our requirement was looking toward the market because we are short supply, the imports were happening continuously, and that's how we were managing our food security. But in the surplus situation it becomes very difficult to the entire ecosystem, to the government, to ensure when they are working on a project ambitious like doubling farmer income, to become competitive in the international trade, and also to ensure the consumers are not impacted by the higher prices. And I think when we talk about all these 3 points, the important thing becomes that how transparent market is when we are doing price risk management and price discovery. So Indian agriculture has remained very stable. What Mr. Sanjeev has mentioned, that APMC has given a lot of support to the Indian agriculture marketing system, but the piece of competitiveness was something missing, and this will definitely plug in that gap which we have been seeing continuously, that this market is somehow closed. Private investment look or see it's a very typical and complex market governed by the various kind of government policies. Just for an example, Essential Commodity Act has remained a very huge roadblock whenever we talk about the private investment into agri or any kind of private trade participants coming and start trading into agriculture commodities. So I think government is trying to give comfort and creating a lot of efficiency and transparency in this ecosystem. We as an exchange keeps on talking to the various value chain participants, and the kind of confidence now we are seeing among the various stakeholders is really encouraging. And these reforms are not only these 3 reforms, various other reforms. If you see whether government focus on electronic negotiable warehouse receipt, online trading, even the spot market, and most important on ground warehouse infrastructure development, which they have been taking about. So I think all the pieces government is trying to get in place, and this definitely going to attract a lot of huge participation from the private segment and give support to the farmers in fair price discovery. Just for an example, if we look all the derivatives markets, all the developed economy have its own derivative market which is very established. Unfortunately in India it's not up to that level, looking at the size of the physical commodities we produce. The financial player, which we say hedge fund or farmers or the traders, play an important role while futures prices are being discovered. In case of India, we haven't seen farmers coming and using these alternate market using efficiently for price risk management and hedging their price risks, while every day they are facing a price uncertainty and volatility. And alternate markets like futures have not been discovered since long, and because of various multi pieces which were missing from this ecosystem. So I think this will bridge the gap. And apart from this, over and above, the focus government is pushing on FPO is going to be huge revolution the way agriculture commodities are being traded. So I think they, as per our experience, we have seen FPOs now coming to the futures market, using it very efficiently. When 5 years back we were talking about farmers trading futures market, the main thing was, no, it's not possible in Indian condition, that farmers are very small, they don't have that kind of understanding, knowledge, or access to the technology. But now with these developments, fortunately, we proudly can say that almost 300 FPOs are now actively engaged with NCDX and using futures market for their price risk management. So overall, I do see a turnaround in the way Indian agriculture commodities will be traded in the next 2, 3, 4 years on the basis of the initiative and reforms this government has initiated.
Thanks, Kapil. I totally agree. I think we need to improve not just private sector participation, but also farmers' participation and hopefully FPOs' participation going forward in the exchanges, and so that the price discovery become more transparent and efficient. I think, and that can't happen unless we have multiple stakeholders coming together. So thanks very much for your views. My next question is to Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh, you have so much of experience in banking, particularly on the rural side, and we know how important it is. The government has set a target of 15 lakh crores for priority sector financing in agriculture. We have a huge potential in post-harvest finance also. Unfortunately, we have not captured much of it so far. It's about $5 to $10 billion. It keeps on varying, and our output value is far higher than that. So I have two questions for you. One is, how do you see role of finance and refinance evolving after the reforms? And secondly, if you can also touch upon role of FPOs, how they are going to benefit from these reforms.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mathur. If we have to reach the level of 5 trillion economy, US dollar, agriculture is very important. And if you see the perspective of agriculture, the growth rate during last year increased from 2.4% to 4%. And the share in the GVA is reducing. Now it is less than 15%, but still around 20 lakh crore, contribution is there to the GVA from the agriculture sector. And largest livelihoods engagement of the workforce that is there in the agriculture. Finance and refinance, in fact, we have to see already a lot of products are there existing from banking sides, and some more are needed in view of these recent agri reforms. If you see the finance part, the major portion is production credit, short-term seasonal agricultural operations, produce loan, and the short term also for the other than seasonal agricultural operations, maybe for the working capital for various activities. Medium term conversion loan that takes care when natural calamity takes place, and the investment credit, which ensures capital formation and asset creation in the agriculture sector, which ensures delivery of benefits over a long period of time. During 2019-20, around 13.8 lakh crore, agriculture credit was pervaded in the country, and it tripled if you see during last one decade from 4.5 lakh crore to 13.68 lakh crore, and the share of the short term was around 60%, and the investment credit around 40%. Again, investment credit is very important, and during last 6-7 years, if you see, it has doubled from 21-22% to almost 40%. In order to ensure that adequate resources available with the banks, NABARD is a major refinancing agency in the agriculture sector. It provides refinance for both agriculture as well as allied activities. During last year, around short-term loan to the extent of 1 lakh crore was given to certain credit agencies, and around 78,000 crore as the investment credit. Various agencies are there, especially including commercial banks, public sector banks, private banks, regional banks, cooperative, both short-term as well as long-term structure, NBFC, small finance bank, MFIs. And there is some allocation by Government of India and RBI also to supplement these resources through STCRC, STRRB, and LTRCF, that is especially for the cooperative banks and the Grameen banks. As far as evolving situation is concerned for the finance and refinance both, if you see the informal credit is still very substantial. Though KCC has done a wonderful job during last 21-22 years, but still substantial size of the farmers are not yet covered. And even if they are covered, credit line is choked, they are not borrowing. So at the instance of NABARD, government has started a drive and we are trying to cover and saturate all the farmers. Then the regional imbalances are there. If you see the finance, 45% coming to South India only, followed by 20% of Northern India. Then you see the Eastern India, Northeastern and the Central, that is lagging behind. So much so even the Western India, it has declined in last years. So that regional imbalance issues are to be effectively addressed by all stakeholders, and that for proper credit planning is required. If we have a target of 15 lakh crore agriculture credit for the current year, you see NABARD takes up a potential assessment exercise every year, right from the district level, and 700 plus districts are covered. And for the block, for various activities, sector, subsector, potential is assessed. And also it is indicated as to what credit agency can play what role. So around 35 lakh crore potential is assessed for the current year. And largely it goes towards agriculture under priority sector. If you see the KCC, a very innovative product, 7% loan is available to the farmers. And if they are making prompt payment, it is only 4%. There is a subsidy of 2% to the credit agencies from the government and 3% to the farmers for the prompt repayment. But we need to cover other activities also. Last year, 1.5 years back, besides seasonal agriculture operation, inland fisheries and dairies were also covered under KCC. But then there are a host of activities under agriculture and allied activities which need to be covered and they need to be supported under KCC. Interest subvention is a good scheme, but then it needs fine tuning. There is a lot of delay, not to say of months, even years together. So either farmers are deprived or bankers are deprived. Bank money is stuck up to that extent. So they are losing the income on that. Medium-term conversion is a very game changer, which earlier times, if you see, whenever there is natural calamity, short-term seasonal agriculture operation loan, that is the crop loan, being converted into medium-term conversion. So that credit line is clear, they can further borrow farmers. But over a period of time, there is complete disregard to this product. And not only natural calamities, even non-willful defaulters, for any reason, if they are unable to repay, they should be supported. That loan should be converted into medium-term conversion and giving time 3 years, 5 years, depending on the situation. Ultimately, what happens? There is an NPA, credit line is choked, and there is a demand for the debt waiver at a regular periodicity. So this MTC product has to be revived, and it is to be implemented. Under investment credit, again, you will see there is a diversification needed. Only certain sector activities like farm mechanization or dairy development are getting support. But so many activities, including plantation, horticulture, floriculture, inland fisheries, storage, processing, value addition, polyhouses, they need to have adequate coverage. And that's why NABARD in its planning exercise indicate, but other stakeholders with the support of infrastructure being given by government and other agencies, that diversification is very important because that creates asset creation and capital formation in agriculture. Some hybrid products in the finance is needed, including both short-term working capital as well as the investment credit, suiting to the various activities. Capital subsidy scheme is going on, supported by Government of India through NABARD. But then some fine tuning and more activities are to be needed that need to be revisited after this recent reform. Cooperative banks, which were playing very important role some 3-4 decades back, 90% crop loan coming from cooperative banks, but today their share is less than 10%. So they need to be strengthened. Some support by the government, Reserve Bank and NABARD and the state government that is required. And for refinance also, I think major lender like NABARD has to revisit its planning, and some eligibility norms are to be relaxed in view of the NBFC, MFIs. You see, recently after this pandemic, some working liquidity support was given, but then pandemic is continuing. That support has to continue for some more time, and eligibility norms are to be relaxed, so that if you see the growth from the NBFC and especially MFIs, and largely that loan is used for the agricultural activities, so they need more support. Their disbursement rate is higher than that of the banking sector. You talked about farmers producers organization also. See, 86% farmers is scattered over the entire country. They are from small farmers or the marginal farmers. And it is proven fact they cannot access any market, any value chain on an individual basis. So some sort of aggregation is needed, and that is answer in terms of farmers producers organizations. Some 1 decade back, NABARD started its own this thing supporting farmers producers organization. They set up a fund in the NABARD out of its own resource. And some over 2,000 farmers producers organizations were given support sanction, and over 1,000 already they have been registered under various legal frame. Seeing its importance and success, Government of India came out with a produce fund some time back and set up with the NABARD. And NABARD, under that also over 2,000 farmers producers organizations have been set up in 29 states. We all discuss so many issues relating to farmers. They are all being covered at the grassroots level under the farmers producers organizations, whether they are bargaining power or access market, achieving economy of the scale, linkages both backward as well as forward linkages, efficient uses of scarce resources, bulk purchase and supply of inputs, aggregation and marketing of the produce. Even many of them are undertaking value addition and processing activities also. If you see, initially it was very challenging. We had worked at the grassroots level, organizing the people, and you will find the board of directors who are there, they are farmers only. So unless and until there is somebody who anchors and who drives this thing, either through a CEO engaged from the market, or at least one of the farmers or director is capable to take it forward, they are not successful. They are finding a lot of difficulties. Procurement of farmers' produce, and also many APUs doing procurement of food grain under government-sponsored schemes under Kharif and Rabi season. Then custom hiring, that is being provided by farmers, and because if you see the rate, whether it is a tractor services or combine harvester, or seeder, it is difficult for farmers, especially marginal small farmer, to avail the service at the reasonable rate, cost effective, locally available. So APUs can play a very important role, and this has to expand towards allied sector. We have seen in the poultry and the dairy in the Uttar Pradesh also, wherever they are working well, they have benefited a lot to the farmers. Largely, they are covered under Companies Act around 70%, but then they are registered under Societies Act and Cooperative Societies Act also. Within last a few years, over 10 lakhs farmers are organized under Produce Fund only, supported by Government of India. And there are resource support agencies which are supporting poppies producers organization, promoting institutions. NABARD had identified over 800, and in various states they are being supported. If their data being digitized at the instance of NABARD, and you will find over 100 crore share capital in a very short period they have collected. And very heartening to know, over 70% they come from the small farmer and marginal farmer category. Women are also more than 1/3. And good number, over 500 so far, they have been credit linked. either with the banks, and there is a dedicated subsidy, NAP Kisan, set up by the NABARD. They are also providing credit support to the farmers producers organization. More than 1.3 thousand, around 1,300 FPOs, they are market linked. They are providing this forward linkage support to the farmers, and many of them have procured, dealership license for distribution of the inputs also. NABARD has developed the assessment tool, grading tool, so that you can find out what is the position, whether it is A rated, B rated, so that credit agencies are comfortable to provide support. And credit guarantee scheme has been brought by the government, by the NABARD, and government of India has also agreed to start a credit guarantee scheme for the FPO, so that collateral free loans are available and credit flow is substantially increased to the FPOs. Last budget, you must have noticed, over 10,000 FPOs are to be formed, and NABARD is playing a very important role in that as one of the implementing agencies. A lot of success stories are there, but then we need to organize the people, large scale publicity awareness that is to be done involving all the stakeholders. FPOs are the answer. If you ask me, I'm a practitioner at the grassroots level, at the village level, block level during last 3-4 decades of my career. FPO is a real answer to bring rural prosperity, especially with respect to small farmer and marginal farmers.
Sure. No, that's a very, very holistic view. First, on the broadening of agri credit to multiple activities, elite sector in particular, I think that's a very good thought. And thanks for highlighting the role of FPOs in so much detail. That's a good success story. I hope we build upon it. I think it's just start of the journey. It's a very nascent ecosystem, and FPO needs a lot of support. So thanks very much, Mr. Singh. I'll go back to Sanjeev. Sanjeev, we all know agri reforms, are there, but it's not enough. We need multiple enablers for these agri reforms to succeed, or for us to derive maximum value out of this reform agenda. What, according to you, are top 2 or 3 key enablers which we should be building upon, or we should be thinking about for us to leverage the reform agenda that we have now?
So, Hemendra, I think this is an excellent question, and I have been talking quite regularly on webinars now for almost last 1 month since this thing has happened. And I'll take 2 examples. So one is that the fact that the reforms have been announced, would they suddenly bring about a massive change at the ground level? My answer is a flat no. So clearly there is still a lot of enablers, and there are examples for that as well. So, if you look at Bihar, which does not have a APMC act for last several years, we have not seen any major, investments happening. We haven't seen any significant participation or infrastructure coming up. So large-scale private sector participation has been the same as what it was. Kerala is the same story, that and 2 different examples altogether where no APMCs were there. Yet the fact is that agriculture pretty much remained same what it was, prior to sort of them freeing up APMCs. So to your question that would reforms alone drive the change? No, they will not. There is a lot of enablers which are required, which have to be taken up now. And the logic of this I derive is that ultimately the businesses tend to go, the private trade, the private capital, or the businesses will tend to go only if there is an opportunity for them to create value for themselves. There is a value for the stakeholders, and there is a partnership ecosystem which evolves and develops, so that nobody's working in isolation, but there's a whole ecosystem which evolves and develops around a business, or any business for that matter. So how do we get, so the at a policy level, at the business level, at a thought process level, I think the next round of discussion must happen is really around that this is done. And of course, there are controversies, and I'm sure we'll have Q&As. We will hear questions in terms of the protest, etc. There is a very good answer one has, but we will deal with that later. I think the next round of discourse and the narrative around the reforms which has to develop and quickly move forward now. How do we ensure that the reforms are successful? If they're laudable, if they're good, The worst thing what can happen is that these protests continue to occur. We wait for 3 to 6 months, and or 1 year. The farmers feel that nothing substantive has happened on the ground. The private trade feels that the initial surge of excitement, basically goes down, and you find that it is pretty much business as usual. So really, not much of interventions have happened. No dramatic changes happened. The farmers are not happy, and to that extent, I think the narrative or the discourse of the ag reforms now, that I would really urge people like yourself, who are participating and building up an opinion, I think must start thinking through very clearly as to what truly must happen at the ground level to ride on top of the reforms, to build up on reforms which have happened, and what would change. Now, to come to your specific questions as to truly what those enablers are. One, which is very clear, is that the estates still have very dominant control over the farmers, over the fortunes of the mandis, the way it operates, law and order, cleaning up, whatever regulations there might be. I think the states have a very critical responsibility to ensure that the reforms find roots, they are supported, and they are enablers. So tomorrow, if some company wants to come, or mid-sized company wants to reach directly to the producers or even traders, the last thing what you want to hear is that there are massive ground level challenges and difficulties in how it is implemented. So one is the state has a critical role to play, and I'm talking with a great sense of responsibility, is around the provincial and the state governments, the local authorities, etc. There must be full support to that. The second issue, which is important, is that without infrastructure of some kind, we have very ramshackle infrastructure. So the fundamental, the challenge around the supply chain is that whatever you may do, funding or buying or reforms, etc., but if the basic cost of procurement, or what I call the supply chain cost, tends to be abnormally high, the desire of private trade to continue there for long term, and it's not about some large corporate, it's for anyone or everyone. If the cost is prohibitive, or it's highly inefficient, or doesn't make sense to be staying in for long term, then what we would find immediately is that people would tend to still go back to mandis and trade. Nothing wrong with that if they are the ones who are the most efficient, and maybe that's what the way it is structured to be, because really we have no ways we can decide sitting somewhere that the private trade buying directly from farmers is the most optimal solution. We don't know. The purpose was that can the producers get the max income, having the option as to where they wish to go? Can the consumers get at a lower price, and we can build an enabling infrastructure in the middle that it becomes successful? So the second part is that what do we do about infrastructure? And I'm not talking of expensive infrastructure in terms of cold storages or warehouses or whatever, but some sort of support, whether it's a viability gap funding, whether it's the cheaper bank credit, whether it is supporting FPOs more aggressively than perhaps is being done now. We have a lot of resources being given, but FPOs have their own sets of challenges. So anecdotally, certain successes around some 7,000-8,000 FPOs what we have in the country, 15,000 more will come. But if we have only 100 of them successful, but balance are still struggling to survive or go forward, then I think it certainly begs the question that what can be done about this aggregating models, what can be done with the FPOs, and likewise the smaller medium enterprises which are there. How do we support them? Both by providing them cheaper finance, by giving them a longer rope to be successful, by working through, with them, that they're able to build up these sustainable business models, that they're successful. So I think second part is, clearly looking at financial support, either in terms of grant subsidies, softer loans, longer tenures, but clearly giving them a great, very, very critically an opportunity that they're able to do, they are able to stay in there long term to be successful. And the third part is, which is very critical, is that how do you build up this whole infra at a very basic, which is viable infrastructure? Mind you, I'm not for a moment suggesting that we have these fancy warehouses or fancy cold stores, it will fail on day one, or silos or whatever. My suggestion is that we should really have a very great insight into what truly a local area needs, what crops are being grown, And if high value agriculture, which is around the horticulture and poultry and fisheries and medicinal plants or bamboo or whatever needs to be done at that level, or similarly in dairy, etc., what is the enabling infrastructure low cost, which brings in the efficiency, avoids the losses? And if that is not funded well, it's still not viable. How do we create a viability gap funding or some support that this comes up? What are the operating models of that? Don't leave it to the government to operate that, because typically government has been a good sort of creator of asset, but not been a good operator of the asset. So how do we find viable models with local entrepreneurs who could still take a loan, work it through, but really build up some sensible infrastructure, which will require a tremendous amount of local level planning, local thought process around the businesses, because you do know, all of us know that, the requirements in horticulture are very different from cereals, and cereals are very different from tobacco or, bamboo, for example. So really the way we got to structure, the devil is in details, to work through this. So one is the states have to come in good. B, the financial support in whatever forms or otherwise, which is long term, which is supportive, but which is positive infusion of fund structures, that they remain viable. And the third piece is enabling infrastructure, whether it's in terms of the logistics, in terms of warehousing, but really which is suited to the ground level requirement of what is to be done. And then I'm reasonably confident that we will have a very thriving and vibrant, architecture emerging of lots of small traders and players, or the traditional, middlemen, as we used to call them, emerging as entrepreneurs in their own right, which are successfully connecting to the value chains. And then we will see that vibrancy, the job creation at the ground level. We can see the infrastructure coming up at the ground level. We can see proliferation of small entrepreneurs, mid-sized entrepreneurs, larger entrepreneurs. We can see a thriving infra coming in of the large companies. So, really the governments, both at the central and the state government, must start looking at this.
You've gone on mute.
Sorry, I got muted by the host.
Okay.
So I said that my last sentence was that till we have these enablers in place, and whether it's in agtech companies, you mentioned, the whole sort of growth in agtech, whatever, the ecosystem has to come in. Cargill alone or Reliance alone or Big Bazaar alone will not make that difference at all. Cannot make the difference. And agriculture by its very nature globally, even in the best of Western markets, which are highly consolidated, even in the US, that top 10 companies do not even control 10% of the market share. So really agriculture by its very nature globally is fragmented. Until we recognize that, the solutions does not lie with large companies alone. Solution lies with that whole ecosystem or that framework or that enabling environment to come in. And the debate has to move. NABARDs of the world, or the central government, state government, financial institution, private equity funds, everyone has to really look at it from a different filters. And once we deploy that, we will find that this will take its firm roots, and then it cannot be reversed, really.
Oh, Sanjay, that's a fantastic answer to a somewhat difficult question. Thanks for it. I totally agree. I think state government still holds the key. They have to be participant in the process. I totally agree with you in terms of the infrastructure that we need to create, and it's not that we have to create large scale fancy infra. And I think that doesn't make sense. It never breaks even. And I think there are at least few examples on the ground which I have seen. For example, in micro warehousing, I've seen Ergos in Bihar, I've seen Arya Collateral in Western India, I've seen Apna Godam in Rajasthan, who done like 1,000 to 2,000 tons, which is typically not what large players do, and been successful. So I think there are some evidences that it's not that you invest in infra and you make losses. These are all private sector players funded by VCs. They can't afford to make losses, right? So I think that's one proof. On processing side also, there are startups like Foods. I can think of Foods is essentially in Andhra, Telangana, and Maharashtra, with 500 micro processing units operated by local entrepreneurs. And he ensured that they get the machine, they get the loan, and he ensured the offtake. I think that has worked beautifully. Because as far as technologies in Maharashtra, which has a proprietary dehydration technology, and has done a wonderful job giving dehydrators to farmers and buying back and doing secondary processing and selling to large condiment and FMCG players. So yeah, of course, very, very small in the context of the opportunity, but all I want to say that we have some evidences that such infra which has been created has made a difference to the lives of farmer. They are earning more. They've created value addition. They've made the supply chain much more robust, and of course, brought corporates also closer to the farms in some ways, as you were mentioning. So thanks very much, Sanjeev, for this answer. That leads me to the next question, which is to Kapil. Kapil, again, the same question which I posted for Sanjeev on what kind of enablers do you see for reforms to succeed? And if you can also touch upon this element of digitization, there's so much of talk that we need digitization across the value chain, and it's going to drive financing, it's going to drive a lot of efficiency. I'm sure NCDEX, being one of the leading players, would have looked at some of these digital tools. So if you have any views on this, I'll really appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah. Thank you, Hemendra. I would like to start with a question which I do see in a chat box, that if private player can pay MSP plus some premium to the farmers, so farmer at least realizing MSP at that point of time. So, the risk is on the price side is quite relevant in today's scenario when markets are volatile, and especially, as I mentioned earlier, that from a short supply country, we are moving to a excess supply, and thanks to all the efforts and push by the government on the MSP side, on the productivity side, which has led to this scenario. But the question to be asked is that can we sustain that kind of scenario when we are sitting in a huge pile of excess grain? Like in case of wheat, we are sitting on the 20 million ton grain and we are uncompetitive to the international market. We even can't export despite having that much of thing. And MSP definitely will keep on increasing because of various reasons we all know about. So यहाँ पर the question is that farmers के पास क्या option है? And as a risk management platform we are offering, we are always saying that farmers is exposed to every kind of risk, चाहे वो currency risk हो, geopolitical risk हो indirectly, या production related risk हो, weather related risk हो, and most important the price related risk है. और अभी भी जो भी protest हम देख रहे हैं, so that is mostly towards the price related risk की private companies का control हो जाएगा या फिर MSP गायब हो जाएगा. So it's more about the what farmers are going to realize after this thing. As an exchange, we have been focusing continuously that farmers जब डिसीजन लेता है कि कौन सा क्रॉप उसको लगाना चाहिए, उस टाइम पे उसको डिसाइड करना चाहिए, ना कि ये देख के कि आज के क्या प्राइस है या गवर्नमेंट की एमएसपी क्या है, ये देख के कि क्या प्राइस में आज लॉक कर सकता हूं. अगर आप इंटरनेशनल मार्केट की बात करेंगे, स्पेशली यूएस की जो एग्रीकल्चर में सबसे लीडिंग एक्सचेंज है सीबॉट, बोर्ड ऑफ ट्रेड, 30-40% of open interest belongs to farmers. Of course, they are larger farmers, they are big farmers, they have thousands of hectares, but they use risk management tool very efficiently for the crop which they are growing, चाहे वो सोयाबीन हो, चाहे वो wheat हो, चाहे वो corn हो, and these are the most traded futures contract globally, and all leaded by the farmers. अगर आप आज की कंडीशन में, मैं एक पर्सपेक्टिव डालता हूं कि आज हम जब सोइंग टाइम रबी का चल रहा है और हम सरसों या चने की सोइंग किसान लोग कर रहे हैं, अगर मैं एनसीडीएक्स फ्यूचर्स की बात करूं फॉर ए रेफरेंस, तो सरसों का प्राइस अप्रैल सीजन का ट्रेड हो रहा है 5100 रुपीज अगेंस्ट द विच इज मच हायर देन व्हाट एमएसपी गवर्नमेंट हैज डिक्लेयर्ड. सो देयर इज ए प्राइस, देयर इज ए फ्यूचर्स कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फॉर द अराइवल सीजन. नाउ द क्वेश्चन कम्स, हाउ फार्मर्स कैन रियली बेनिफिट. Is it advisable to the farmer that they should come forward, और जो 5100 का प्राइस या 5000 का प्राइस जो कि एमएसपी से ऊपर है उनको लेना चाहिए या नहीं लेना चाहिए, और लेना चाहिए तो किस तरीके से वो ले सकते हैं? तो हमारा फोकस ये है कि फार्मर्स को कहीं ना कहीं अभी जो ऑल्टरनेट मार्केट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है या ऑल्टरनेट मार्केट मैकेनिज्म अपने प्राइस के लिए उसको यूज करना पड़ेगा, और एफपीओ आने से वो बहुत ईज होता चला जा रहा है और धीरे धीरे होता रहेगा. स्पेशली आई वुड लाइक टू मेंशन जो न्यू टूल्स अभी रिसेंट रेगुलेटरी अप्रूवल हमें मिला है और हमने लॉन्च किए, जैसे ऑप्शंस ऑन गुड्स है, जिसमें फार्मर एक प्रीमियम देके अपने प्राइस को लॉक कर सकता है, और जहां पे नीचे अगर प्राइस जाता है तो उसको वो लॉस जो है वो कंपनसेट हो जाता है मार्केट से, जबकि अगर ऊपर जाता है तो उसके पास चॉइस है कि वो मार्केट में जाके बेच सकता है। सो कहीं ना कहीं वो मार्केट ड्रिवन इंस्ट्रूमेंट की एक जरूरत है हमें। वी शुड एक्सप्लोर दैट मार्केट ड्रिवन इंस्ट्रूमेंट वेयर फार्मर कैन hedge themselves, एक minimum income at the time of sowing itself they can decide. So that will definitely help in crop management as well. And जो distribution of crop है जो हम देख रहे हैं which is more skewed towards the MSP driven crop, चाहे वो wheat हो, paddy हो या फिर RM seed हो, it has to be distributed accordingly, and benefit of these kind of instruments should reach to every farmer where they can use it efficiently and use these tools as an insurance product to lock their prices and decrease their dependency to government and maybe to the private player. If I am myself eligible or capable to lock the prices, why should I look towards the market and someone to come and pay me the prices? Of course, prices will remain as per the demand supply, but I have used a tool where I have protected myself. So that is something which we have been pushing continuously. A lot of efforts has been done, and we have seen farmers, especially a state like Bihar, where infrastructure is not as good as there are in Rajasthan or MP, but farmers, with the help of resource institutes like Jivika, TechnoServe, or any other who are working closely, have started trading futures market. They are locking prices for their commodity 2-3 months in advance and delivering on exchange system. So I think that is something which is going to change the way price discovery by the farmers is happening, and dependency of farmers definitely going to reduce slowly and gradually from the traditional marketing practices and move towards the market driven instrument, which is much more transparent and available at the right time. That is most important. So that is on the pricing side. And I think once we start doing that, this MSP discussion will subsidize drastically if farmers started realizing this. And of course, role of NABARD, role of all the stakeholders is going to be very important to educate these farmers. So that is on that. On the information side, I would say that the more the commercialization of agriculture happens, the decision making becomes more difficult for the farmers, and for that sense, the information availability at the right time and the right set of information become very important. So like in these agri reforms, the challenge comes to the farmer if they are not going to the mandi, that what is the right price. At least in mandi they have a price, but if I'm going to a buyer, what is the right price? So that information becomes crucial for me at this point of time to make a decision whether I should go to the mandi or I should go to a private player. And of course, this is only one information. Rest of the information related to weather, information related to financing, interest rate, international prices, currency impact becomes very important. And we as an exchange with various of our subsidiaries are trying to bridge that gap. So we have an online trading platform which keeps on publishing daily prices in various market, and live auctions prices are available there, so farmer can get that access. We are now generating ENWR through our repository, जहाँ पर farmer एक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिसिप्ट में कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं अपने गुड्स को और उसको बेच भी सकते हैं, और इजी फाइनेंसिंग भी उसके थ्रू कर सकते हैं. एंड ऑफ कोर्स there are rest of the information available, but when we talk about the digital information, I think the important part is that at what time I am getting that information, and that is a little gap because farmers mostly remain the last one to receive the information on various aspects, and before that it reaches to various a segment, and then finally it reaches to farmer. So connecting farmer directly to the first level of information, your first hand information, is going to be very crucial. At least on the price side, we are giving that kind of facilities to the farmers that can directly have access to the live prices, what is being traded today, tomorrow, and for the next four futures month, all the stock position, all the mandi prices also we are updating and making farmers accessible to this information. We are also working closely with few weather companies where we have developed few indices which are based on weather, so farmers can track weather, how it is today, how it was last year, and the live performance of weather and daily rainfall can be tracked on that way. And on the last side, the AI, and I think is going to be very important, not only to the farmer, for rest of the market participants. And we have seen even the various government have started using AI tools to arrive on a various data point which helps them in policy making, whether it's arrival analysis, whether it's price analysis, average size of farmer. So I think that is something which is important, and all the stakeholders if start working on that line, with focus to providing right set of information to the farmer. I think that is going to be a good. These development are going to be good for the farmers in long run.
थैंक यू कपिल। चैट बॉक्स में सुझाव आया कि हमें हिंदी में बोलना चाहिए, तो मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि जो बाकी हमारा डिस्कशन है हम उसको थोड़ा हिंदी में रखते हैं। नहीं कपिल, आपने बिल्कुल सही बोला कि फार्मर को प्राइस की जानकारी, उसको जो भी एडवाइजरी है उसकी जानकारी हम काफ़ी नई तकनीक के द्वारा पहुंचा सकते हैं। मोबाइल फ़ोन का उपयोग बढ़ रहा है और जो सरकार ने बोला है कि सभी 6 लाख गांवों में ब्रॉडबैंड पहुंचाने की जो एक उन्होंने निर्णय लिया है, आई थिंक वो बहुत ही बड़ा निर्णय है। मुझे लगता है कि उससे जो ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में डेटा की अवेलेबिलिटी बहुत बढ़ेगी और जो हम डिजिटल टूल बना रहे हैं सब मिलके, वो भी एक उनकी जो एक्सेस है वो फार्मर को बहुत बढ़ेगी। अपने आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की बात करी, एआई टूल्स की बात करी, तो मैं बिल्कुल आपसे सहमत हूँ। अब हमारे पास ऐसे तकनीक आई है जिससे कि हम पता लगा सकते हैं, जैसे सैटेलाइट इमेजरी से, कि भाई फार्म का क्या एरिया है। आप ये भी पता लगा सकते हैं कि किस खेत में कौन सी क्रॉप उग रही है, उसका भी पता आप लगाया जा सकता है, वहाँ जाए बिगर, राइट। तो ये बैंक वाले तो काफ़ी यूज़ कर रहे हैं ये वाली तकनीक। अपने ऑफिस में बैठ के आप देख रहे हैं कि ये फार्म एरिया है, ये क्रॉप उग रही है, तो उससे आप इनकम एस्टिमेट कर सकते हैं, उससे आप डिसाइड कर सकते हैं कि इस फार्मर को कितना लोन दिया जा सकता है। तो वो तकनीक का ऑलरेडी उपयोग हो रहा है, ऐसा नहीं कि हम अभी भी उसको बनाने में लगे हैं, वो कुछ हद तक उसका यूज भी हो रहा है। क्वालिटी असेइंग, संजीव ने टच किया था कि भाई हमें क्वालिटी असेइंग का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहिए, तो अब आ गई है कि आप मोबाइल से फोटो खींचिए और वो बता देगा कि आपके जो उसकी क्या क्वालिटी है, उसका साइज, शेप, कलर, और स्पेक्ट्रोमीटर्स आ रहे हैं जिससे कि आपको उसका अंदर का कंपोजिशन भी पता लग जाएगा कि कितना फैट है, कितना प्रोटीन है, कितने माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स हैं। तो ये सब जो आपने बताया वो बिल्कुल मैं आपसे सहमत हूँ कि इससे काफ़ी बड़ा बदलाव आ सकता है कृषि क्षेत्र में। ऑफ कोर्स हमें इन सब तकनीक को फार्मर तक पहुँचाना होगा, और वहाँ पर मैं मिस्टर सिंह से पूछना चाहूँगा। मिस्टर सिंह, आपने गाँवों में इतना समय व्यतीत किया है और आपने देखा है कि एक्सटेंशन सर्विसेज कैसे दी जा रही हैं गाँवों में। अधिकतर सरकार का और कृषि विद्यालय, विश्वविद्यालय, उनके पास ही ये सब रहा है। बट हमारे पास आज की डेट में हम देखें, पिछले 5 सालों में बहुत बड़ा बदलाव आया है, जो तकनीकें आ गई हैं, जो टूल्स आ गए हैं, और फॉर्चुनेटली मोबाइल फ़ोन का उपयोग इतना बढ़ गया है। तो आपको क्या लगता है कि जो हमारी ये एक एक्सटेंशन सर्विसेज की एक व्यवस्था रही है, इसमें बदलाव लाना चाहिए, और वो लाएं तो हम इन नई तकनीकों को फार्मर तक हम कैसे पहुंचा सकते हैं, वो उनका अडॉप्शन कैसे बढ़ा सकते हैं?
वेल, आपका प्रश्न बड़ा ही रेलेवेंट है। अगर आप मुझसे पूछें तो मैं कहूंगा कि एक्सटेंशन सर्विसेज आर द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट इंटरवेंशन एट द फार्मर लेवल। योर एंटायर एफर्ट्स विद द क्रेडिट इंटरवेंशन एंड नॉन क्रेडिट सपोर्ट जो आप देते हैं, they cannot yield proper desired results unless extension services are there. Starting right from the sensitization of the farmers, उनको प्रशिक्षण देना, उनकी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करना, जो इनोवेशंस हमारे रिसर्चेस हैं लैब टू लैंड ले जाने के लिए, और जब डिमॉन्स्ट्रेशन हम वहाँ करते हैं तो वो कन्विंस होते हैं। That is being done by various fertilizer agencies, by government department. There is a dedicated extension department of the government in addition to agriculture, and a very senior officer is heading at the district level. But then वो कहाँ तक functional है ये देखना है, जहाँ तक एग्रीकल्चर की बात है। और allied activities, आप एनिमल हस्बेंड्री ले लीजिए, सभी के लिए there are officials. So one is the government setup, other is the private sector. It differs from state to state. अगर आप यूपी में देखेंगे तो things are a little better as far as government. Earlier times when I was there in Bihar long back, private जो agencies थी, individuals थे, actually they were providing some support. तो हमें इन दोनों को देखना पड़ेगा कि केवल इनसे काम नहीं चलेगा। अगर आप मुझसे आज पूछें तो सभी we have to have a proper planning for a smaller geographical area, may it be block level, may it be district level. We have to find out besides within agriculture also, agriculture के बाहर भी जो हमारे लाइट सेक्टर है, क्या क्या कंसंट्रेशन है, क्लस्टर्स है वहाँ पे, और उसके लिए हमें वहाँ पे यूनिट सेटअप करनी पड़ेगी। इफ यू सी द रीजनल इम्बैलेंसेस आई टॉक, आपको ईस्टर्न वेस्टर्न, नॉर्दर्न, सदर्न, बहुत से रीजनल इम्बैलेंसेस आपको देखने पड़ेंगे। कहीं पे स्टेट जहां बेटर है एक्सटेंशन सर्विसेज, अपने आप चीजें इंप्रूव होती है। अभी एफपीओ की बात हो रही थी कि 7,000 में से क्यों केवल कुछ 100 ही अच्छे काम कर रहे हैं। रीजन ये है कि एक वहां पे एंकर होना चाहिए, चाहे वो एंटरप्रेन्योर हो, फार्मर हो, सीईओ हो या बोर्ड का डायरेक्टर हो। मेरा अपना अनुभव है, कम से कम सैकड़ों हमने एफपीओ विजिट की है, वही उसको कैरी फॉरवर्ड करता है। तो इसलिए अगर रीजनल इम्बैलेंसेस को हम दूर करें और एडिक्वेट सर्विसेज वहां पे एक्सटेंशन किया जाए, तो अपने आप ही फार्मर जो है वो चार्ज होने लगेगा। एक एग्जांपल से मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा इसको, कि अगर हम इनलैंड फिशरीज की बात करें, फिशरीज द नॉर्थ इंडिया, स्पेशली मेजर स्टेट्स लाइक यूपी और बिहार, लार्ज वाटर बॉडीज आर देयर, running perennial rivers are there, reservoirs, lakes, ponds, pools, लेकिन fish consumption in the urban dwellings more than 50% being imported from different parts of the country. अभी कुछ पिछले सालों में इंटरवेंशन हुए हैं, सपोर्ट दिया गया, उससे पोषण अब इम्प्रूव हो रही है। जैसे एक पेंगेसियस है, अभी तो आईएमसी करते थे, इंडियन मेजर क्रॉप्स, रोहू, कतला, नैन, अभी हम पेंगेसियस ला रहे हैं, लेकिन सीड्स नॉट एट ऑल अवेलेबल, इट कमिंग फ्रॉम वेस्ट बंगाल एंड मे बी फ्रॉम अक्रॉस द इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर। तो उस पे हमें एक प्लानिंग करने की जरूरत है कि इस एक्टिविटीज के लिए अगर हमें 500 फिश फार्मर्स को डेवलप करना है, चाहे अपने पॉइंट में या लीज पॉइंट में, तो वहां पे हमें उनकी एंड टू एंड सोल्यूशन हैंड होल्डिंग शुरू में देना पड़ेगा, चाहे वो पॉन्ड का डेवलपमेंट हो, वाटर ट्रीटमेंट हो, या फीडिंग पैटर्न हो, हार्वेस्टिंग हो, कोल्ड चेन हो, स्टॉकिंग हो, मार्केटिंग हो। अगर ये हम डोर स्टेप पे प्रोवाइड करें पॉन्ड लेवल पे, तो फार्मर्स आर रेडी, इवन द स्मॉल फार्मर्स आर रेडी टू प्रोवाइड रीजनेबल सर्विस चार्जेस टू द एजेंसीज, चाहे वो पब्लिक सेक्टर से है चाहे प्राइवेट सेक्टर से है। तो स्मॉल ज्योग्राफी में एक्टिविटी वाइज एंड सब सेक्टर वाइज, ये मैं फील्ड एक्सपोजर की बात आपको बता रहा हूँ, हमें प्लान करना पड़ेगा, उसको एक्सटेंशन सर्विसेज दैट नीड टू बी इंटीग्रेटेड विद द फैसिलिटीज अवेलेबल एट द स्टेट एंड द नेशनल लेवल। तो एक्सटेंशन सर्विसेज को हमें डेवलप करके उसको इंटीग्रेट करना है, और साथ ही साथ एग्रीकल्चर एलाइड सेक्टर आर टू बी इंटीग्रेटेड एज फार एज एक्सटेंशन आर कंसर्न विद द ऑफ फार्म सेक्टर एक्टिविटीज, की जो लिंकेजेस हैं बैकवर्ड और फॉरवर्ड समहाउ दे इन्फ्लुएंस। और इसके लिए पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप, जैसे हम लोगों ने 30 साल पहले आप देखे होंगे हाईवे से क्या पोजीशन थी और आज क्या हुआ है, कितना बदला हुआ है। तो उसमें मेरे ख्याल से पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप को हमें एक मॉडल बना करके एक्सटेंशन सर्विसेज के लिए इसको स्टार्ट करना पड़ेगा। कुछ इनिशिएटिव्स लिए गए, चाहे आप किसान रेल की बात करें, कृषि उड़ान की बात करें, इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग की बात करें, एंड मोर वेटेज टू द एलाइड सेक्टर की बात करें। आप देखिए 54-55% शेयर एग्रीकल्चर का है पूरी जीबीए में है, तो 30% इट्स कमिंग फ्रॉम द फिशरीज एंड एनिमल हस्बेंड्री एरियाज। तो इनको हमें एलाइड सेक्टर को ड्यू वेटेज देना है, और खास करके रिसेंट रिफॉर्म जो आए एग्रीकल्चर के, उसमें एक्सटेंशन सर्विसेज आर गोइंग टू प्ले वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल। उसकी बेनिफिट, जैसे अभी आपने कहा बिहार में बहुत दिनों से एपीएमसी नहीं है, क्या फर्क पड़ा? फर्क इसलिए नहीं पड़ा कि देयर आर समबडी टू टेक देम फॉरवर्ड। रामलाल स्मॉल मार्जिन फार्मर कैन नॉट मूव अहेड, चाहे जितना आप फैसिलिटीज दूर से दे दे, समबडी हैज टू बी अराउंड एंड प्रोवाइड हैंड होल्डिंग सपोर्ट। तो इसी तरह वी नीड a proper planning and execution with support from all the stakeholders.
थैंक यू सिंह सर, बहुत अच्छा आपने सुझाव दिया है। और एलीट सेक्टर वाला जो आपने पॉइंट बोला है बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है। जो हम फार्मर की इनकम दुगनी करने की बात कर रहे हैं, मेरे ख्याल से तो एलीट सेक्टर के बिना होना मुश्किल है, क्योंकि वो बहुत बड़ा रोल है, चाहे पोल्ट्री हो गया, फिशरीज हो गया, एपी कल्चर हो गया, डेयरी तो है ही हमारे पास। तो अपने ये जो पॉइंट उठाया मैं इसी को आगे ले जाना चाहता हूँ। संजीव, माय नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज टू यू। So there are 3-4 things which are happening together. One is we are seeing कि elite sector का role important हो रहा है. We are seeing कि जो है FPO ecosystem बनने लगा है. Reforms की हमने बात करी कि policy push आने लगा है. और जो last point जो अभी हम discuss कर रहे थे कि जो नई तकनीकें आ गई हैं कृषि क्षेत्र में, मतलब right from agri input side में कि कौन सा बीज डाला जाए, कौन सी खाद डाली जाए, उसको कैसे मॉनिटर किया जाए, उसको कैसे मैकेनाइज किया जाए, उसकी कैसे खरीदी की जाए, उसकी प्राइसेस कैसी बताई जाए, उसको पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट में कैसे प्रोसेस किया जाए। हमने पिछले 4-5 साल में काफ़ी ऐसी नई तकनीकें देखी हैं, और काफ़ी वो तकनीकें डिजिटल हैं, मतलब आज की डेट में डिजिटल हैं। तो संजीव, आपका क्या व्यू है कि ये जो नई टेक्नोलॉजीज आ रही हैं ये कितना बड़ा रोल प्ले करेंगी हमारे कृषि क्षेत्र को आगे ले जाने में?
हेमेंद्र, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और मैं मनोज कुमार जी से माफ़ी चाहूँगा कि मैं पूरा वो था कि उनका मैंने भी देखा, एक उन्होंने रिमार्क किया था कि आप लोग क्यों नहीं बात कर रहे हिंदी में। ये मेरी गलती है, हम लोग खुद ही यूपी के हैं तो हम तो बहुत अच्छे से बात कर सकते हैं। तो मेरा इसमें दो सुझाव हैं कि पहला चीज़ है कि तकनीकी जो प्रगति हुई है, जिस प्रकार से टेक्नोलॉजी का एक नए पैमाने पे बढ़ रही है आगे, और बहुत ही आगे बढ़ चुकी है। तो अब जैसे और जो टेक्नोलॉजी है वो दो केंद्र बिंदुओं पे चल रही है। पहला तो जो है डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी है कि जिससे कि आपको क्या भाव चल रहे हैं, मार्केट में क्या चल रहा है, या आपको ये मौसम का क्या हाल है, या क्या चीज़ उगानी चाहिए, एक आपको स्मार्टफोन के अंतर्गत इंटरनेट के थ्रू या किसी भी माध्यम के थ्रू आपको वो बराबर एक जो समय पे सूचना मिलनी चाहिए, जो एक ये निर्णय लेने के लिए एक जो हमारे पास पूरा सूचना होनी चाहिए, उसके ऊपर पूरी एनालिसिस करके ये बहुत तेज़ी से फैलेगा। मेरे को एक बहुत ही दृढ़ विश्वास है कि जिस प्रकार से टेलीकॉम के क्षेत्र में तेज़ी से वो हुआ है, जिस प्रकार से सरकार ये ब्रॉडबैंड और वाईफाई का एक गांव-गांव में ले जाने का एक बहुत ही एक नियमित तरीके से आगे बढ़ रही है, जिस प्रकार से इसमें सेक्टर में निवेश हो रहा है सारे टेलीकॉम कंपनीज का, डिजिटल कंपनीज का, या सरकार, प्रदेश की सरकारें और वो सरकारें हैं, तो इससे मेरे को फर्म एक विश्वास है कि किसानों को, एफपीओस को, व्यापारियों को मंडी के क्षेत्र में, या इवन ऑक्शन प्लेटफॉर्म, कपिल जी यहाँ पे हैं एनसीडीएक्स से, जो कि फ्यूचर्स के व्यापार में ट्रेडिंग का एनसीडीएक्स कार्य करता है, कि कैसे एफपीओ जुड़ रहे हैं, किसान जुड़ सकते हैं। एक उसमें तो बिल्कुल एक बहुत ही अच्छे पैमाने पे, मैं बोलूँगा वृहद पैमाने पे, वो डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी आएगी और कृषि को में बहुत ही एक इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है। अभी आगे की तो मैंने बात भी नहीं किया, जैसे भी बात चल रही है ड्रोन से क्या आप मैपिंग कर सकते हैं, कितना किस प्रकार से, अभी जैसे आप अगर बाहर अमेरिका जाएंगे या वहाँ पे आप कनाडा या यूरोप में जाएंगे, तो ड्रोन की तकनीक से ये भी बता रहे हैं कि आपको पता लग सकता है कि कब पेस्टिसाइड डालना है, कब फर्टिलाइजर डालना है, किस टाइम पे हार्वेस्ट करना है, वो पूरा चीज़ एक तरीके से निकल के आ जाती है। या ट्रैक्टर जो चल रहे हैं बिना ड्राइवर के, अपना ट्रैक्टर एक साथ 50 ट्रैक्टर चले जा रहे हैं, उसमें बोया भी जा रहा है, उसमें पूरा कटाई भी हो रही है, उसमें अनाज निकल के भी आ रहा है, बोरियां बन के अपने आप एक तरीके से खेतों में गिर रही हैं, वो आप बाद में ट्रैक्टर जाकर उठा लेगा बिना किसी आदमी के जाए, वो सिर्फ रिमोट सेंसिंग के थ्रू ये पूरा कार्य चल रहा है। वो इंडिया में आएगा, लेकिन मैं फिर भी दोबारा बोल रहा हूँ कि हमारे देश में आते आते ये सारी चीज़ों का एक हिंदुस्तान के तरीके, हमारा क्या कॉन्टेक्स्ट है उसके लिए बहुत ही अति आवश्यक है कि अगर यूपी में एक प्रकार का हमारा जो खेती चल रही है, या मध्य प्रदेश में या राजस्थान में है, किस प्रकार की खेती हो रही है, उसमें किस प्रकार का रिक्वायरमेंट है, उसके हिसाब से ही आना चाहिए, ना कि अमेरिका में चल रहा है उसको यहाँ पे लगा दो, वहां पे चल रहा है उसको यहाँ पे लगा दो, वो बिल्कुल हमेशा फेल होने वाला है। तो ये एक हम लोग को ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा कि उसका हिंदुस्तान अपने परिप्रेक्ष्य में उसका चल सकता है कि नहीं, कितना वो मतलब एक तरीके से खर्चे के अनुसार अच्छे से चल सकता है। एक पहला वो आवश्यक हमारे को देखना पड़ेगा, और वो आएगा, वो धीरे धीरे जैसे जैसे कंपनियां आ रही हैं, जैसे सरकार सपोर्ट कर रही है आईसीआर के माध्यम से, एग्रीकल्चर टेक्नोलॉजी के फंड से, आपका भी जो फंड है वो काफी इसमें निवेश करता है, तो मेरे को लगता है एक तो वो बढ़ेगा। दूसरा जो एक तकनीक में चेंज हो रहा है कि ये बायोटेक्नोलॉजी और जो ये एनिमल साइंसेज में या उसके साइंस में, जो हिंदुस्तान का अगर आप एग्रीकल्चर का जीडीपी का अगर ब्रेकअप देखेंगे, तो जो पुराना चला आ रहा था, जो कि सीरियल हम बोलते हैं, जिसमें गेहूं और चावल है या दलहन है या इवन तिलहन को डाल दीजिए, अब उसका प्रतिशत जो है कुल 25% रह गया, एक चौथाई। 75% जो है वो चला गया है डेयरी में, वो चला गया है फल सब्जी में, वो चला गया है आपके मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स में, हनी में, और ये पोल्ट्री में, मुर्गी पालन में चला गया है, वो मत्स्य विभाग में चला गया है, वो बिल्कुल 75% उसमें चला गया। और उसका एक बहुत बड़ा जो एक प्रकार से फायदा है, लाभ है, कि उसमें 75% मैं बोल रहा हूँ जो कि हाई वैल्यू एग्रीकल्चर है, उसका एक बहुत ही बड़ा एक हिंदुस्तान के लिए बड़ा रेलेवेंट है कि उसमें जो एक एम्प्लॉयमेंट का जनरेट करने का है वो 4 गुना ज्यादा है। तो अगर 1 एकड़ के लैंड में हम लोग जब ये गेहूं और चावल उगाते हैं, तो जितना हम लोग को मजदूरी करनी पड़ती है, किसान खुद करे या मजदूर को हायर करके कराता है, उससे 4 गुना ज्यादा जो है अगर हम ये जो हाई वैल्यू एग्रीकल्चर के कार्य हैं उसमें एक एम्प्लॉयमेंट होता है। तो हमारे जो फार्म लेबर है, जो गांव का इस समय यूथ है या जो यूथ जाके काम करना चाहता है, एक उसके लिए बहुत बड़ा नौकरी का एक बड़ा वो बन सकता है। दूसरा ये है कि उसमें टेक्नोलॉजी का भी रिक्वायरमेंट बहुत ज्यादा है। तो जैसे उसमें नई तकनीक आ रही हैं, कैसे दूध का वो किया जाए, कैसे उसका टेस्टिंग किया जाए, कैसे नई तकनीकें आ रही हैं, कैसे डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी लिंक किया जाए, उसको कैसे जैसे फल सब्जी को का डिटेरिएशन जो होता है, जैसे एकदम से खराब हो जाता है, अगर उसमें पानी की मात्रा कम हो जाती है तो उसको कैसे प्रिवेंट किया जाए, उसमें बहुत ही जबरदस्त तरीके से चेंज आ सकता है। तो मेरा तो सरकार को जो नीति बनाने वाले हैं, जो फंडिंग एक संस्थाएं हैं जिस प्रकार से नाबार्ड और कमर्शियल बैंक्स हैं, या जिस प्रकार से आप लोगों के एक प्राइवेट इक्विटी फंड्स जो हैं, या जो भी फाइनेंस या कंपनियों का भी नीति वो है, मेरा सिर्फ एक कहना है जो कि मैं बराबर बोलता आ रहा हूं कई सालों से, कि एक तो क्षेत्र के हिसाब से, उस एरिया के हिसाब से, क्योंकि जो कृषि है वो लोकल होता है। अगर हम ये भूल गए कि जो हरदोई में चल सकता है, जो बाराबंकी में चल सकता है, जो शाहजहांपुर में चल सकता है, सीतापुर या लखीमपुर खीरी में चल सकता है, वो मदुरई और मैसूर और सूरत का जो है वो हम वहां से लाके यहाँ पे नहीं चला सकते। तो जो भी हम लोग इसका समाधान निकालें, जो भी हम नीतियां बनाएं, जो भी हम इन्वेस्टमेंट करें, एक हिसाब से उसको लोकल स्तर पे कितना उसका रेलेवेंस है, किस प्रकार से वो चल सकता है, जब तक हमारा उस पर ध्यान केंद्रित नहीं होगा ये वाली चीजें नहीं चलेंगी। तो मेरा सिर्फ ये कहना है कि पॉलिसी मेकर्स अगर सुन रहे हैं, या जब भी आपका ये वो की संस्था जब जाके पॉलिसी का रिकमेंडेशन करे कि किस प्रकार से, जैसे बाहर के देशों में होता है कि एक छोटे से प्रोजेक्ट बना लिया लोग, उन्होंने कहा कि उस मछली पालन में इस क्षेत्र में ये रिक्वायरमेंट, तो उसी के ऊपर पूरा काम चलता है। मेरा सिर्फ सरकार को एक सुझाव है, और नीति बनाने वालों को और फंडिंग वालों को, कि आप वो लोकल स्थिति को समझिए, उसके हिसाब से अपना कार्य को आगे बढ़ाइए, और उसके अराउंड नीतियां उगाइए, उसको बनाइए, उसके उसी तरीके से उसमें पैसा लगाइए, वहां पे निवेश करिए, तो आप देखेंगे कि एकदम तेजी से इसमें सक्सेस होने का चांस बढ़ेगा। और दूसरा किसान भाइयों से ये है कि कोई जबरदस्त कोई खर्चेली चीज नहीं है ये तो हम लोग को एक अपना खुद समझना पड़ता है। जैसे स्किल डेवलपमेंट का आजकल बहुत एक वो चल रहा है, मेरा भी उसमें थोड़ा सा योगदान है कि जितना स्किल करेंगे, जितना सीखेंगे, हम लोग उतना आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। लेकिन बाजार में क्या चल रहा है, मार्केट को समझना बहुत ही आवश्यक है। एफपीओ जो हैं एक तरीके से नियोजित हो रहे हैं, एक तरीके से आगे बढ़ेंगे, तो उससे एक बहुत ही मतलब कृषि के बारे में मेरे को तो एक बहुत ही एक पॉजिटिव और बहुत अच्छा एक फीलिंग है कि आगे चल के बहुत अच्छा होने वाला है।
थैंक यू संजीव, बहुत ही अच्छा आपने एक पूरा ओवरव्यू दिया, वो बहुत ही सही है। और मैं बिल्कुल सहमत हूँ कि हमें जब भी नई तकनीक की बात करें तो हमें अपने किसान के बारे में सोचना चाहिए कि 15 करोड़ में से 12 करोड़ किसान वो हैं जिनके पास 2 हेक्टेयर से कम लैंड है, क्योंकि अमेरिका और ब्राजील वहाँ पर तो 100-100 हेक्टेयर की है। तो हमारी जो कृषि है वो छोटी कृषि है। तो जो हमारे स्टार्टअप्स भी हैं, मैं काफ़ी उनके साथ काम करता हूँ, करीब 600 स्टार्टअप काफ़ी एक्टिव हैं। तो मैं ये बोलना चाहूँगा कि उन्हें भी समझ है, उन्हें पता है कि हम कोई जो ड्रोन उड़ाना है तो 100 हेक्टेयर नहीं मिलेंगे, हमें ऐसा मॉडल बनाना पड़ेगा जिससे फार्मर साथ में आए और किसी तरह 100 हेक्टेयर अब पे आप उड़ा पाए। तो आई थिंक वो एक समझ है, और मैं भी काफ़ी पॉजिटिव हूँ। मुझे लगता है हम 600 की स्टार्टअप या 6000 स्टार्टअप हो जाएंगे हमारे 10 साल में। आज की डेट में हमने एक स्टडी की थी कि भाई करीब 1.5 करोड़ फार्मर को इन नई तकनीकों का फायदा हुआ है। जो मेरा पूरा विश्वास है कि अगले 10 साल में 80-90% तो हमारा इन पेनिट्रेशन होना चाहिए, और फार्मर के पास बहुत चॉइस होगी क्या लें क्या नहीं लें। जैसे आप सही बोल रहे हैं कि तकनीकी को जबरदस्ती थोड़ी लेना है, अल्टीमेटली मार्केट को देखना पड़ेगा। तकनीक से आपकी इनकम बढ़ रही है, आपके खर्चे कम हो रहे हैं, आपको फाइनेंसिंग मिल रही है, तो वो फायदे क्या हो रहे हैं, तभी तो आप फार्मर उसको पे करेगा। जो सब्सक्रिप्शन की बात करी सिंह साहब ने भी कि भाई सब्सक्रिप्शन देने को तैयार है, कब देगा, जब उसे लगेगा कि उसका 5 गुना फायदा होगा। तो वो सब चीजें हैं। तो अब हमारे पास सिर्फ 5 मिनट बचे हैं, तो मैं 2 क्वेश्चन ही ले पाऊंगा, जो कि एक तो चैट बॉक्स में और एक Q&A में आया है। पहला क्वेश्चन जो अरुण कुमार माथुर जी ने पूछा कि भाई रिफॉर्म इतने अच्छे हैं तो उसका इतना प्रोटेस्ट क्यों हो रहा है, क्या इसमें हमारी कहाँ पर कमी है जो कि हमें दूर करनी चाहिए। कोई भी ले सकता है एक क्वेश्चन। और दूसरा क्वेश्चन जो Q&A में पराग ने पूछा है कि जो नई तकनीकें हैं ये क्रॉप प्लानिंग में कैसे हेल्प कर सकती हैं, क्योंकि कई बार हमारे पास प्याज ज़्यादा उग जाता है, कभी कम उग जाता है, कभी 2 रुपए किलो बिक जाता है, कभी 60 रुपए किलो बिक जाता है। तो क्या इन नई तकनीक से हम फार्मर को क्रॉप प्लानिंग में हेल्प कर सकते हैं या नहीं? तो ये 2 क्वेश्चन है। इट्स ओपन टू ऑल द पैनलिस्ट, एनीवन कैन टेक इट अप।
ये पहला वाला अगर आप अलाउ करेंगे हेमंत जी, तो मैं
हाँ,
1 मिनट में, क्योंकि मुझे मालूम है कि सिर्फ 5 मिनट का समय है और मेरे को भी जाना है एक मीटिंग के लिए। तो पहला वाला प्रश्न ऐसा है कि देखिए, ये किसानों का एक प्रोटेस्ट है और ना तो मैं सरकार में काम करता हूँ तो उनके बिहाफ पे नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, मैं इन जनरल बता रहा हूँ कि जो भी अल्टीमेटली पॉलिसी, जो भी नीति बनती है, वो एक बना दी गई है। तो उससे, नीति से हमको नहीं घबराना है, क्योंकि सरकार का जो मेरे हिसाब से जो सरकार का एक कमिटमेंट है कि हमको एमएसपी पे खरीदना और पीडीएस पे देना है, वो अपने देश में वो चेंज नहीं हो सकता। कोई भी सरकार नहीं चेंज कर पाएगी। इस कारणवश नहीं चेंज कर पाएगी कि हमारे देश की जो ज़रूरतें हैं एक बहुत भिन्न प्रकार की हैं। हमारे कोई देश पे अमेरिका नहीं बन सकता है। तो हमारे देश में जो जिस प्रकार से ये वितरण की प्रणाली है, जो कि पीडीएस हम लोग कहते हैं, और जिस प्रकार से ये खरीदने की एक वो बनी हुई है, हमारे पास कोई दूसरा चारा ही नहीं है बजाय किसानों से खरीदने का और दूसरों को, गरीब भाइयों को बांटने का। वो चेंज मेरे को नहीं लगता कि किसी भी सरकार का ना तो सोच हो सकती है, चाहे कुछ भी हो, वो कभी नहीं चेंज होगा। और ये आज का ये जो आज का डिस्कशन, ये आज का नहीं है, ये चल रहा है 20 साल से, कि कुछ भी हम उसकी बुराई कर लें, भलाई कर लें, अच्छा करते हैं, खराब करते हैं, लेकिन ये प्रणाली जो है कि हमको एक खरीदना है और जाके बेचना है। और इंसिडेंटली भारतवर्ष का ये जो पीडीएस का जो सिस्टम है, एमएसपी पे खरीदना और जाके बांटना, दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी योजना है ये खाद्य प्रदान को बांटने की, उसमें इंडस्ट्री में, और उसमें ये गरीबों में ये जो 68 करोड़ बेनिफिशरीज को मिलता है, ऐसी योजना कहीं दुनिया में नहीं है। तो मेरे को नहीं लगता कि वो चेंज होगा। दूसरा चीज़ मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ अपने किसानों से, या किसान भाइयों से, कि हमारा एग्रीकल्चर बहुत आगे बढ़ चुका है। सरकार की जो खरीदी आज भी हो रही है, वो कुल 15-18% होती है सरकार के जीडीपी का, तो जो एग्रीकल्चर के जीडीपी का। तो बाकी 90%, 85% जो पूरा खेती का जो एक जीडीपी होता है, वो तो अभी भी निजी क्षेत्र में ही जा रहा है। किसान मंडी के थ्रू जा रहा हो, या लोकल कंजम्पशन हो रहा हो, या छोटे ट्रेडरों को जो माध्यम से जा रहा हो, या कहीं भी जा रहा हो, वो तो अभी भी बिल्कुल निजी क्षेत्र में है, उसी तरीके से चल रहा है, अच्छा चल रहा है। और तीसरा चीज जो है, जो मैंने अभी बात की थी, जो हमारा हाई वैल्यू एग्रीकल्चर है, हमारा फोकस हमारा जो सोचने का तरीका है, हमको उन सब चीजों से थोड़ा सा निकल के जाना, फोकस करना है जहां पे कि हमारी आय बढ़ सकती है। आय बढ़ेगी फल सब्जियों से, आय बढ़ेगी दूध से, आय बढ़ेगी मुर्गी पालन से, आय बढ़ेगी फिशरीज से, आय बढ़ेगी, बहुत सारे एक नए चीजें आती जा रही हैं, जहां पे मेरे को लगता है कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर और निजी क्षेत्र का और सरकार का बहुत ही अहम रोल है कि भाई आप ये वाला चीज है, इसके लिए हम आपको फंडिंग कर सकते हैं, इसके लिए कर सकते हैं, इसके लिए आप आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। तो ये वाले प्रोटेस्ट धीरे धीरे मेरे को लगता है जैसे जैसे समय निकलेगा वो खत्म हो जाएंगे। सरकारों का एक अपना तरीका होता है सोचने का, केंद्र की सरकारें और राज्य सरकारों का, उनका अपना एक अलग एजेंडा भी होता है, अलग तरीके से करते हैं। वो धीरे धीरे एक बार ये होगा तो सरकार का, मेरे को लगता है कि मंडियां वैसे ही चलती रहेंगी, प्राइवेट क्षेत्र का ज्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट होगा, और अल्टीमेटली ये सारा बेनिफिट जो है किसानों को भी जाएगा और कंज्यूमर्स को भी जाएगा। तो एक नया एक प्रणाली एक तरीके से आएगी, उसका फायदा सबको। कोई मंडी कहीं चली नहीं जा रही है, ना तो सरकार कहीं चली जा रही है, ना किसान कहीं चले जा रहे हैं, ये उसी तरीके से चलेगा, उससे बेहतर ही चलेगा। लेकिन वो इनेबलिंग कंडीशन की जो हमारी बात हुई थी, वो सारी चीजें होनी चाहिए, तभी ये एक तरीके से हम लोग फाइनल उस पर पहुंच पाएंगे।
संजीव, बहुत अच्छा उत्तर दिया आपने। हमारे पास समय की कमी है, तो मैं कपिल और मिस्टर सिंह से बोलूँगा 1-1 मिनट में अगर आप अपना पर्सपेक्टिव दे पाएं लास्ट का, तो वो बहुत अच्छा होगा। उसके बाद हम क्लोज करेंगे।
Okay. Second question was about crop planning. कैसे हम उसको टेक्नोलॉजी और दूसरी चीजों को यूज कर सकते हैं। इनफैक्ट अगर आप देखिए, क्रेडिट प्लानिंग एक्सरसाइज ऑलरेडी गोइंग ऑन विद द हेल्प ऑफ नाबार्ड, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल, ब्लॉक लेवल, क्रेडिट एजेंसी वाइज, स्टेट लेवल वी प्रेजेंट विद थ्रू द स्टेट फोकस पेपर. What we need to do is NABARD and other important stakeholders, especially state government of India, and the market functionaries. We need to plan as to what is the requirement as on the date, various commodity-wise, crop-wise, and what is the emerging requirement, and what is the production locally, and what is the gap. इसके लिए हमें मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए, चाहे वो रिमोट सेंसिंग हो, एआई फैसिलिटीज हो, डाटा एनालिसिस हो, डिजिटाइजेशन ऑफ अगर डाटा हो, और उसके जरिए अगर हम गैप को आइडेंटिफाई कर सके तो उसके हिसाब से क्या यूपी में हो सकता है और क्या महाराष्ट्र में हो सकता है, वहाँ की लोकल सिनेरियो को देखते हुए, चाहे सॉइल कंडीशंस हो, इरिगेशन हो, क्लाइमेट हो, उसके हिसाब से अगर कई बार ये चीजें हो रही है, मिस एडवेंचर हो रहा है कि दूसरी चीजें हम दूसरी का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, जैसे अगर विंटर्स में आप पेगासस फिश करेंगे फेल हो जाएगी यहाँ पे, लेकिन आप वेस्ट बंगाल में करेंगे फिर चलेगी। तो उस पर एक प्लानिंग की जरूरत है, उस पर एक डायरेक्शन की जरूरत है डिफरेंट क्रॉप्स के, और फिर हमारी एक्सटेंशन एजेंसी उसको आगे लेके जा सकती है।
थैंक यू सिंह सर। कपिल, लास्ट कमेंट फ्रॉम यू।
मैं बस इतना ही बोलना चाहूंगा कि जिस तरीके से जो भी रिफॉर्म्स हुए हैं और जो भी संजीव जी ने या सिंह सर ने बोला है, मार्केट लिंकेजेस गोइंग फॉरवर्ड बहुत स्ट्रांग होने जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये सिर्फ एक शुरुआत है और लिंकेजेस सिर्फ फार्मर्स का लिंकेजेस बायर के साथ या जो बाकी के मार्केट पार्टिसिपेंट्स नहीं है, इस पूरे मार्केट लिंकेजेस में फाइनेंस का बहुत बड़ा रोल होने वाला है। और जो न्यू स्टार्टअप्स आ रहे हैं जो बाकी की फैसिलिटीज उस लिंकेज को डेवलप करने में, चाहे वो लॉजिस्टिक्स है, चाहे वो वेयर हाउसिंग है, ग्राउंड लेवल वेयर हाउसिंग है, या फिर एक क्रॉप प्लानिंग लिंकेजेस है जो कि प्राइसेस के साथ कहीं ना कहीं डायरेक्ट लिंक होते हैं। तो ये जो मार्केट लिंकेजेस है पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट with these new changes are going to be a game changer for Indian agriculture, and hopefully in the next 2-3 years we will start seeing that farmers definitely getting easy finance. They are in much better position to trade and negotiate for their produce, of course as an individual as well as a group, which FPC and FPO we are talking about. And those kind of negotiation definitely will bring a lot of new participation and interest for other financial instrument, private investment to come and be part of this agriculture growth of country.
थैंक यू कपिल, आपने बहुत ही अच्छा समराइज कर दिया है, मेरा जो काम था आपने कर दिया, तो मैं यहीं खत्म करता हूँ। और संजीव और मिस्टर सिंह, कपिल, आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपने बड़ा ही पेशेंटली और बड़े विस्तार से क्वेश्चंस का आंसर दिया। मेरे ख्याल से ऑडियंस को काफ़ी अच्छा सुनने को मिला, और ऑडियंस का भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। उन्होंने बड़ा ध्यान से पेशेंटली सुना, बहुत अच्छे प्रश्न पूछे। और लास्ट में प्रवीण का, एवोक इंडिया टीम का बहुत बहुत शुक्रगुजार हैं। उन्होंने ये हमें मौका दिया, हमें बड़ा अच्छा लगा इसमें पार्ट लेने में, और थैंक यू वेरी मच। ओवर टू यू प्रवीण।
थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक्स अ लॉट। I think it's been a wonderful session. The kind of discussions which have happened, and also, it was an opportunity for us also to reach out to a lot of FPOs in the process. We really wanted them to be part of it, and as Sanjeev ji was saying, that a smartphone is a small thing which can connect them. And what we figured out of 150 FPOs in overall which tried to reach out, we found that a lot of them still don't have the smartphone also. So something like that. I think on technology front, how it can help, and there are a lot of companies, tech companies, a lot of startups also. So I hope that things should suddenly improve, and hopefully with these reforms, things should happen. So thanks a lot from Team Avok India. I think it's been a wonderful session. We look forward to meet again. Thank you, Sanjeev ji. Thank you, Kapil Dev ji. Namaskar, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's leave. We are still just last session. Thank you very much all the participants who are जो लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं. We are really thankful to all of you. Avok India expresses heartfelt gratitude to all of you. We just have another 20 minutes of award ceremony, which is called Financial Inclusion and Literacy Leadership Awards, which we every year give away. We receive nominations from all India for these awards, from organizations and individuals also. So we have these awards in 3 categories: individuals, institutions, and innovation. Most often we receive these awards in the name of institution and individuals, but some innovative practices which have brought in financial inclusion and financial literacy, that has not been coming. So that's unfortunate. But this year we had about 22 nominations which we received from Pan India, and our jury, which is we will just be showing the our jury, which is coming on the screen with you. Jury team is headed by our advisory board chairman, Professor Subhatra Chakravarti, former dean of IIM Lucknow, and besides that, of course, Mr. A.K. Singh, who was part of the last panel just now, Professor Vipul, Professor of Finance, IIM Lucknow, and Mrs. Aparna Avasthi, former DGM Outreach, SBI Lucknow. So this is the jury which had gone through us some, there are 9 parameters which we give, and it's a very transparent process which we adopt, and we tried and reach out to maximum people from social media and from other segments. So what we try and gauge and measure is that what is the tangible impact on the society? So have you measured your impact on the society? A lot of academicians and all also come out. And what is the scale of effort geographically and demographically? What segments have you reached out when you are providing that financial literacy programs or doing some work? So that is also a scale of efforts. What segments have you covered? Youth, women, farmers, MSMEs. किन लोगों के साथ आपने काम किया है, किन segments के साथ काम किया, उनका भी थोड़ा सा वैरायटी होना चाहिए उसमें. आपके कोई अगर बुक्स या आर्टिकल्स, जर्नल्स पब्लिश हुए हैं, वो भी क्राइटेरिया होता है. टेक्नोलॉजी का अगर आपने यूज किया है, so that is also important कि how you have a skill through technology. How sustainable has been your program? So have you tried to do something which can be sustained over a period of time? अगर मान लीजिए किसी का स्किल सेंटर में महिलाओं को हमने अगर बैंकिंग की प्रैक्टिस सिखाई है, तो क्या बैंकिंग को एक बार अकाउंट खोलने के बाद क्या उसको ऑपरेट भी कर रही हैं, वो क्या उसमें सेविंग्स भी कर रही हैं, एफडी आरडी कर रही हैं, तो वो हमें इस सस्टेनेबिलिटी पे भी ध्यान देना है, वो भी हम लोग पैरामीटर में रखते हैं. और इसके अलावा कोई यानी प्रीवियस रिकॉग्निशन या अवार्ड मिला है, ऑन फील्ड कंट्रीब्यूशन क्या हुआ है टू ब्रिज द इकोनॉमिक इनइक्वालिटी. मतलब आज जैसा कि हमारे चीफ गेस्ट ने टुडे आज आफ्टरनून में कहा कि इंडिया for growth needs inclusive prosperity. तो economic divide जो है कि 73% of the wealth is in the hands of 1% of the India's population. तो वो हम कैसे चेंज करें कि जो हमारा बॉटम ऑफ द पिरामिड है, जो आज इसका टॉपिक भी है, inclusive prosperity, how to make it happen. So वो भी हमने पैरामीटर में रखा हुआ है कि on field contribution to bridge economic inequality. And last but not the least, the parameter says adherence to values, ethics, integrity, and contribution to societal development. So these are the 9 parameters. उसमें हर हमारा jury member separately उसको assess करके marks देता है out of 10, and then we work out that and then averaging करके हम लोग उसको. So in the process, what has happened is that we have got 2 awardees this year for institutional category and 2 awardees for individual. So I will request my colleague Srishti to read out the citations starting from the individual category, and so you will have to just wait for 1 minute, and then we will be back just a moment.
Good evening to all the participants who have joined in the conclave. It is with great pleasure that I now announce the Financial Inclusion and Literacy Awards in this segment of our conclave. As it is famously said that the world is full of gems and diamonds, and here we have some of them with us in the form of our awardees. So immediately I would like to announce the runner-up in the individual category, who is Dr. Vinay Kanpal. He holds a PhD in management from Department of Management Studies, Kumaon University, Nainital. He is honors graduate in commerce from University of Calcutta, and he has done his MBA with dual specialization in finance and marketing. He is also pursuing his DLit from Kumaon University, and his topic is a study of social and economic implications of financial inclusion in Uttarakhand. He is currently serving as assistant professor in Department of General Management, School of Business, University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, Dehradun. He has published research papers in the areas of topics like banking, digitalization, smart cities, infrastructure financing, CSR, corporate governance, fintech, and infrastructure finance, to name a few. He is an all-time member of All India Management Association, Indian Accounting Association, and Indian Commerce Association. Now we have a video of him while receiving the award. I would request my team to play it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Vinay Kantpal. I'm basically from Haldwani, Nainital, and I am presently working with the University of Petroleum and Energy Studies as assistant professor, and I have been in academics since last 14 years, and I am pursuing my postdoc from Kumaon University, Nainital, in the area of socio-economic impact of financial inclusion in Uttarakhand. And I have published around 25 research papers in this particular area, and have conducted various workshops in this area. And I have published 2 books in the area of management, basically in the area of banking, finance, financial institutions. Thanks to Evoke India Foundation for encouraging me and giving me this prestigious financial literacy award, and wishing you all happy and prosperous Deepavali and New Year. Thank you.
So that was Dr. Vinay Kantpal accepting the award. Now our winner in the individual category is Mr. Satyajit Dwivedi. He is a development finance professional with 35 years of experience in rural finance, microfinance, project and rural infrastructure finance. He has served as acclaimed faculty at the prestigious College of Agriculture Banking of RBI, has been former CEO NAB Kisan, which is an important NBFC, and he's currently the CEO of National Center for Financial Education, Mumbai, which is a national level nodal agency to promote financial education and to create financial awareness across India. He has been highly engaged with NBFCs and MFIs by supporting their lending and investment activities. Thank you.
I am Satyajit Dwivedi. I am the Chief Executive Officer of National Center for Financial Education. At the outset, let me compliment Evoke India Foundation for conducting this international event, the India Financial Literacy Conclave 2020, on the theme, Making Inclusive Prosperity Happen. Not only the theme is contemporary, the key focus areas of the conference around youth, around women, around farmers, around startups, and the MSMEs are particularly relevant, and they particularly appeal to me. Believe me, brilliant scientists and brilliant thinkers have been known to do foolish things when it comes to financial matters. One such example, if I have to give, Isaac Newton's disastrous financial moves during the South Sea bubble of 1720, a remarkable blunder in which Newton's lost all his investments and which turned out to be a Ponzi scheme. Just imagine, it was Isaac Newton, and where you and we stand in terms of financial education. And you know what Newton said? He allegedly said that he could calculate the motion of the heavenly bodies, but not the madness of people. And that, according to me, is the essence of financial education, and that, according to me, underscores and sums up the need and importance of financial literacy in ensuring financial well-being. Those of you who are interested in knowing the full story, it is there on the Google. Yes, lack of financial literacy in India is a sad reality. In that context, and particularly in that context, I must applaud and appreciate the efforts of Awok India Foundation in bringing financial awareness to various sections of the society and helping individuals taking informed financial decisions. They complement and supplement the efforts and initiatives of National Center for Financial Education, which has been set up to promote basic financial education across the country. And let me thank Awok India Foundation and the jury for adjudging me for receiving this prestigious award. It does mean a lot to me and to my organization as well. But the award may have my name on it, but in truth, it belongs to everyone who has worked in making NCFE a reality. I thank all of them from the bottom of my heart. Thank you once again for the award, and I wish the conference very best of success.
So these were our winners in the individual category who have been consistent in their work through their efforts in the field of financial literacy and inclusive prosperity. Our next category is the institution category, and the runner-up in this category is Margdarshak Financial Services Limited. The microfinance intervention of the Margdarshak Group was initiated in the state of Uttar Pradesh in the year 2007 under the aegis of Margdarshak Development Services, which is a not-for-profit company. MFSL received the microfinance license from the Reserve Bank of India in December 2013 and is currently operating in 6 states through a network of 141 branches spread across 59 districts of Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Haryana, Uttarakhand, Rajasthan, and Himachal Pradesh. It has been led by an able set of board members and management, and the organization has now enabled over 2 lakh families in establishing and diversifying business for achieving economic strengthening. MFSL has been graded by BWR Brickwork Rating as MF2 in February 2019, which signifies their high capacity to manage its operations in a sustainable manner and good performance of code of conduct dimensions. The districts that have been chosen for Margdarshak services are taken into consideration the objective of enterprise and livelihood financing in the long run. All these districts have a large number of micro entrepreneurs and workers involved in internationally acclaimed crafts. MFSL works by providing a holistic bouquet of financial products and services to the economically weaker enterprising sections of the community for enabling mainstreaming and socio-economic betterment. Now we have their video acknowledging the award.
Myself, S.K. Kumsresh, ABPA at Margdarshak Financial Services Limited, feel privileged to be a part of India Financial Literacy Conclave 2020. I also found myself honored to receive the prestigious award in the area of financial inclusion and literacy on behalf of Margdarshak. As the name Margdarshak itself depicts, we are Margdarshak of financial literacy among the underprivileged society, especially under our service area. Margdarshak maintains a strategic focus on the clients who otherwise lack any access to the formal marketplace. We are creating a huge value for the society on our way of carrying out routine operations. Our association with the Awok India Foundation is quite old, and we share our views with them frequently regarding promotion of financial literacy among the elite clients, and we are achieving our goals year after year. We are thankful to Awok India Foundation for selecting us for this prestigious award, that is FILL Award 2020. At this juncture, we also like to thank our team of Margdarshak for achieving this success. We wish success for Evoke India. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now we have our winner in the institution category, and it is Fusion Microfinance Private Limited, which was established in 2010 and is registered with RBI as an NBFC MFI engaged in microfinance lending activities, providing financial services to aspiring underprivileged women entrepreneurs. It is headquartered in New Delhi and works diligently in promoting and supporting women entrepreneurship in rural landscapes, serving 1.9 million households of India, 93% of which belong to marginalized communities. Fusion is the youngest to be in the top 10 microfinance institutions in India. The company has a presence in 18 states of India with a network of 600 branches penetrating 84,000 villages across 287 districts, out of which 85% are classified as aspirational districts category. The company has opened doors of employment for more than 5,000 plus rural youth for whom agriculture has been the chief occupation. In 2019, Fusion was awarded as the best workplace in MFI and ranked 66th in the top 100 companies of India in Great Place to Work 2020. Now we have their video accepting the award.
At the outset, would like to thank Evoke India Foundation for recognizing our efforts. Imparting financial literacy is a very key and important part of our process since inception. Today, we see rural women adapting to digital means to transact and are more confident of managing their finances. We are proud to be part of this journey and contributing in the financial inclusion agenda of the community.
So heartiest congratulations to all the winners of FILL 2020 awards. This was really an amazing experience for us conducting these awards during the times of lockdowns and COVID, but this really gave us a lot of insight into the kind of work people are doing in the country. And we are all very, very thankful to all the participants who have joined today's half-day conclave and two panels, which were really very enriching. I'm really thankful to all of you. And just to give you a perspective about tomorrow's three sessions, which are starting at 2:30 sharp. First is on women's empowerment and for economic prosperity. So we will keep our theme in terms of making inclusive prosperity happen and how women as a segment, which is 50% of the population of India, how they can be empowered, how they can bring in economic prosperity. And wonderful session panelists which we have from across the country, from Mumbai, Chennai, Lucknow and Delhi. So I would request you all to please do bring in all your better halves or spouses, I would say, to be part of this women empowerment session, and which is chaired by a very renowned media academic, Ms. Gayatri Shrivastava, an SRCC alumni, and also from Xavier's. So this is the first session, and then second session would be on very, very important again for scaling up MSMEs, and we have IIA and Laghu Udyog Bharati as two of our industry partners. We are privileged to have them as partnered in the event. So I would request that all our MSME and startup and corporates, they do join this session, which is again headed by one of the renowned personality, Mr. Chand Das, who is the ex-CEO of ITC Education Vertical, and currently is a mentor and coach for for the lot of startups in the country. So he would be heading that session, and which will also have panelists like CEO of microfinance institution MFIN, which is a self-regulatory organization for in the country for all the MFIs. So MFIN CEO would be there. Then there are other speakers also, very non-panelists. So that's about MSME. And the last session, which is going to be there tomorrow. So we will be sharing with all the people who have registered the minute-to-minute program for tomorrow, which is already finalized. Last session is on the role of BFSI sector, banking, financial services, and insurance sector in bringing up that economic prosperity, how we can scale up growth through that. So that is headed by our all very well known Mr. Alok Ranjan, former Chief Secretary UP. He will be heading that. And in the panel, there is Executive Director of SEBI, who would be part of that, regional head from Bombay Stocks BSE, then also from NPCI. NPCI is the only body in the country which is into digital payments. So NPCI, then CAMS, which is the registrar for mutual funds in the country, largest folios they manage in the country. So you will be getting a lot of insights into also from SIDBI. We will have a person in the our MSME panel. So a lot of insights into the how financial markets can help you grow your wealth and what are the. So please keep your questions for all these three panels tomorrow, and I really look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. So thank you very much, all the participants, and we are closing today's session. Thanks a lot. This has been really a wonderful experience meeting you all. So thank you very much. We will be formally closing. We are now this session of today. Thank you.